Hopefully, I hear you loud and clear. That's great. Thank you, Igor. So let me start sharing my screen. Yep,
Yes.
perfect. Closed captions are working.
Yes, they are working.
Awesome. As always, you know that we will be working with the project that we gave you. Entropy or the big one? The big, I mean, yeah, the big one. That not probably I'll work with both today because I'll go a little bit through the animations that we gave you. But yeah, by default, I'll be using the Epic Bootcamp. Actually, we'll see that is this one that has like 01, 02 data ingestion, the one for the classes. Okay, so you see here the 11 classes. So we'll be working with this one, and I have prepared also this other one that it's a little bit where we have the different kind of animations for the different blocks. But that would be like an extra thing. Okay, let's see. Nearly 200. For now, open Epic Bootcamp. This one here, the one that I have here.
The big one.
I'll be speaking for a little bit, so probably we want to do the project like in more than 15 minutes. Love
Like
that.
that one.
Yeah, love the image. Nice one, Ruben. I'm giving my thumbs up.
Me too.
Yeah, it's Monday morning are always a little bit we need some extra coffee. Which map should we open? So I have a sequencer. So for the classes, you'll see that we have project intro. This project is a little bit like some maps that we had. Then we have the intro class, data ingestion, and intro world building. So this is what you've been in, or we've been doing during the last week. Now, number 4 is the very first class of this week, week 2. So yeah, so we'll be talking about this. A little bit of virtual production, a little bit of how films are made inside Unreal compared to real filming, real filmmaking, and yeah, some tips and tricks with sequencer, how we add some animations, how we blend them with Unreal, and any question you have, hopefully I can answer it. Nice one, Daniel. That happens. Yeah, Tango. Yeah, I'm going to ask my colleagues if they prepare one of those for me too. Well, how many are we? 220.
210. Yeah.
Let's see. People are still coming a little bit more, and if it gets stuck, we will start. The webinar started already? Yes. Now waiting for the host. Just let me let me send again. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, man.
I was copying.
Fernanda, what I really need to understand is the relationship and what is calling what and how between layers and sequences and the files. And oof, I'm so confused. Well, this is the class that we're going to learn about levels. Well, you learned about levels with Ramon. We'll learn about level sequences and sublevels. What do we know about? I mean, what do we know about sequences? What do we call sequences? What do we call master sequence? And what do we call subsequence? Okay. So I know it could be a little bit complex, but I'm trying to make it as easy as possible for you. Hopefully, after this class, it's no longer confusing for you. Giovanna, I'm already confused how to save all this. So yes, Elena, that's the right one. So in the meantime, as we wait for your colleagues, I'm going to let you know, for example, if you come here and you go and you have a zip project file button. So whenever you do this, you come here, you just say zip, you save it wherever you want, and that's a bucket. Okay, so this one's easy. Although it takes a lot of space and it's not so productive in a way or useful as a version control system, although it works. If you want to send a project to a colleague or something, and you're not going to be working together, it's just like a backup, this one's a good option. Remember that usually, I'm just explaining this in the meantime, when you copy paste a project, when you want to like generate a backup, you don't need more than these folders. Okay, so when you come here, you have, for example, these three that are not useful. So please just like do like this and then zip it with 7-zip, with WinRAR, with whatever you want. Okay, only config, content, and the project. In case you have a plugin like we have here, you could add the plugin, because if not, whenever you're gonna open it, then it's not going to. Thank you, Lena. Well, so I think it's time to get this party started.
Let's start.
So again, good morning, all of you. Week 2. I hope you're not exhausted from week 1. Yeah? Where's the beers? Well, it's too early for the beers. I will grab one, but maybe a little bit later. So yeah, so hopefully you're not very tired and you're not exhausted from week 1. Hopefully you're starting to learn a lot and you're starting to feel comfortable with the engine. Okay, compiling shaders, yeah, like that's it becomes your friend at the end. Well, so let's start with the deck first. Okay, so today we're going to talk about sequencer for virtual production. You know, it's sequencer for virtual production because it can actually be used for many other things. And today we're going to see a little bit of an overview, translating film into Unreal Engine sequencer explained. So I'm going to go and talk a little bit about this. I think it's interesting to see the different approaches that you have in filmmaking in real life and Unreal Engine. So because it resembles a little bit. And then we have like getting started, project, plugins, templates, and then sequencer, user interface, tools and features, working with Cine cameras, sequencer movie scene capture. So this is important because although we have the lesson, the class number 10, it's about rendering, okay? But it's really, really important that you start rendering at least with a basic configuration. And why is that? Because every time you render, you enter runtime, and you could be like watching everything okay during the in sequencer in the editor, but then you realize that when you render something, everything is black or something happens. And this is important because in runtime, things could change, okay? So we will learn this. And then with this, you can start sending us the work in progress, the deliverables. You can start sending us videos, okay? So then we'll see some useful tips, additional resources. Also, if you don't know, because there's one thing that is going to happen, we're going to render these as ABIs, okay, ABIs, and we're going to ask the deliverables in MP4s. So, and also you can start like rendering like PNG sequences or things like that. So if you don't know how to convert them, I mean, you can convert from AVI to MP4, like for example, with media encoder or with any converter. So there are software for that, just like to convert and compress. And then if you're rendering with sequences, like PNG sequences, maybe if we have time during the Q&A, I can open DaVinci. I think I have DaVinci here. Resolve. No, but I could download it. And maybe if you want, please let Guzman know if you're interested on that. We can see how to get a series of sequences and then convert them into an MP4. Okay. EXR sequence is not needed. No, it's not needed. We're going to ask for it in an MP4. Okay. Actually, it's on the welcome deck. You have a slide like with the configuration and all of that. Actually, I'm going to double check it. Just 1 second. It's in resources, I think. Let me double check it here. Yeah. So if you come here into results, you'll have like format MP4 it's coded at H.264. Okay. And the resolution and the ratio, although you can use letterbox if you want. Okay. So let's continue. Virtual production overview. So what is virtual production? And this is something that at the beginning, many people said it's like it's only Unreal. So virtual production has been there for a long time. And basically, as we can see here, is where the physical and digital worlds meet, okay? So it lets directors, cinematographers, and visual effects specialists work on a physical stage, but view and interact with virtual environments and characters in real time. So the point is that we generate virtual worlds in order to help the filmmaking and to help everybody in the process to just like test, simulate, or just play or like do some scouting, etc. Okay, so you'll have links here with additional resources. So what is virtual production in Unreal Engine 5? So it's smarter recording and playback tools. So you will see that kind of like new features in Unreal many times come as plugins, and we'll see a list of plugins that are like this is becoming huge. You can see like a sequencer, it's not a plugin, it's a feature. Virtual camera, it's a feature, but inside a plugin. Take recorder, this one's an engine. Lifelink, same thing. Remote API, that's a plugin. Mocap and AR kit face tracking. So many times, and we will see Lifelink for those who are new to the concept. Basically, Lifelink is the tunnel or the system for communication between mocap systems or tracking systems and Unreal Engine. Okay, so basically we will go to the LiveLink tab and start connecting and synchronizing devices with Unreal Engine. And this will be like the way to communicate, the communicating hub in a way. So real-time editing and scouting in VI. So we can actually allow multiple users. There is like the multi-user editor, like multi-user option, okay, to manipulate the scene while filmmaking. This is huge. I mean, this is when you're on the stage, you can have well, you have the in-display nodes that are going to be running, and those are connected as part of the multi-user server. And then you can connect as many computers as you want, or workstations, and then you can control with the iPad. You can use the web remote. You can be there like moving a few elements. I don't know, like there can be several iPads depending on how many workstation you allow with that, because and then like modify the light cards, whatever. So it's like you can connect many of those, and it's completely like you can see how everything changes on the stage, on the LED volumes, etc. It's really cool. And then VR-based scouting tools to examine the virtual world. So this means that someone in VR and also with a virtual camera, you can actually get the iPad or the we'll see this on the last class, okay, or the iPhone, and you can start moving. And basically you will be able to see through a pixel streaming what it happens. So it's not that you put all the project in the iPad and then you start rendering. Is that the iPad sends the location with all the devices, you know, accelerometer, gyroscope, like gyroscope, the LiDAR. So basically recognizes the tracking and then like moves a camera inside the Unreal on your workstation, and then pixel streaming, it does a pixel streaming back to the iPad. Okay, so this is a little bit how it works. And now you can set up picture, like you can take screenshots, you can take you can start like recording your movement. So you could actually do like a little bit of camera shaking here, and many other things. One-stop solution. So basically you can record, edit, and post-production all inside Unreal Engine. Of course, you can do some editing afterwards. You can use a little bit more of post-production, but you can do many things inside the engine. So a simple virtual production pipeline means like we have performance capture applications or devices. Here we have Xsense. And then what we get is, as I was mentioning, through LiveLink phase, through LiveLink, we can get all these things working in real time, and then with the tape recorder, we can save them. We can save everything that has been being modified in a way. So as you will see in Sequencer, we have like every single property, and then we have the timeline, and on the timeline we will have the keys. So what the tape recorder does, basically, it's record all those keys so that we can use that afterwards. And it's not only with LiveLink phase, it's also with mocap systems, and it's with a virtual camera. It can be DMX, it can be everything that actually goes through LiveLink and goes inside Sequencer. So when you click record, you will get the sequencer, and then everything that is inside, we will see it. But basically you can see here the actors that are like being visualized and not being or being tracked in order to save all those parameters. Okay, so this is the LiveLink phase icon, and this is the camera remote. So let's see a little bit how we can translate film into Unreal Engine. Are there questions?
No, there is a question: which one is better, Rococo or Xsense?
Or Rococo or Xsense?
Yeah.
So I mean, Rococo is more a little bit low cost. If you're in indie, that could work perfectly. Xsense, it's more expensive, but it has the expensive part of the, so it's more expensive as a suit, and it's more expensive as a software. So I don't know the price like perfectly, but I know that sometimes it can be software and hardware, like half the, like 50-50. So it can be expensive compared to Rococo. So yeah, I mean, we've used both, and Xsense was better as results. But Rococo, if you're, I mean, if you're, it's for research, you're like indie and doing things, and then you can afterwards you can clean it a little bit. I don't know. It can be Rococo. I think you can have like, but with 10,000 euros, you can have like the full thing, like face, body, and gloves on hands. And for example, I think Xsense, you need only like, for the body, it's already 15 with the software or something like that. And then if you need something like, I mean, it gets, I think it gets, I'm usually not the one that is doing the motion capture, but I think it gets like the palm and a finger, like, and like something like this, like if you were a truck, you know, or something similar. And then Vicon, I think, for example, they take like 3 fingers, that it's more than, like, it's more than enough. But if you have to go for a solution like StretchSense, that it's gloves, or Manus VR plus Xsense, there are 2, like we have the Awinda, and there is also Link, that it's like a little bit like, it has like a double frequency, a little bit more range, and these kind of things. And I mean, you could easily go like 25, 30K with an Xsense for like full tracking. And that doesn't even mean like you have right now. It doesn't work for real time, but you have made a human animator that could help quite a lot. And it's really, really good. So yeah, so as I was saying, that was it.
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, for now.
So if you're interested, just we can do a mocap session, not as a class, but we have here an Xsense, and we can show you a little bit more. Also, we have Moses Art Tracker, so we can show you a little bit how it works. If you're interested, we can set like a tech demo, like a Thursday, for example, and show you a little bit how it works. Okay, just post it somewhere, and let's get thumbs up if
everyone is interested.
Okay. Okay, it's not like for getting the mocap for the 500 of you. It's just like to explain a little bit how it works. Okay, because I think that could be interesting. Yeah. So let's talk about film and Unreal Engine. So here you'll know a little bit filmmaking. We could have the master scene technique, that, as you know, you have the master shot, just in case like a backup, you know. So you have like getting all of the scene, and then you have different coverage cameras. Okay. So usually you go with the coverage cameras, and you introduce with the master shot, and you have the master shot in case something is missing with a coverage camera. But in a way, you do everything in a linear way. So, and you also have the triple take technique, that basically it's like you start, you film one thing, then you get another, like you go to the next shot, and you go a little bit behind just to like blend both shots. And yeah, so you like, it's like one is like everything needs to be more studied in a way, and because it's like you shot you shot quite a big part of the film, and then the other one is quite quick. Like you only need to, like, actors only need to know what it's going to be on that shot, and well, it's a different technique. So here we can assimilate that a little bit, or resemble that a little bit in Unreal Engine, because we could do the sequence-based linear workflow with only one level sequence. And this is a little bit how it all started, at least for me, in a way. Like I was getting a sequence, a level sequence, and I was putting all inside. Like I had all my different balls there, and all my different assets, all my different characters, cameras, etc. Boom, everything on the same level sequence. And then I had a huge level sequence with everything, in like including many multi-cameras. So I could switch from one camera to the other in the same level sequence. This is not bad. It's just like, it's very little collaborative. Okay, so this could be like having everything in the same place and then just modifying everything on the sequence, in the same sequence. And then we could have something that is way more similar to the triple take technique, that it's basically what it's called in Unreal Engine, a shot-based non-linear workflow. And this is the one that we're going to see today. Although, I mean, we'll see a little bit this one, but just like a small exercise. If you want to know more about it, I can talk a little bit more. But I'm going to focus more on this shot-based nonlinear workflow, and this is because I mean, it's way more collaborative. So that when you're working with a visual version control system, or in general, you shouldn't be modifying a file when someone is modifying it, because basically you will be overlapping and only, I mean, if you're using a VCS, basically it will be checked out and you won't be able to modify it. And if you're not using a VCS and you're just using something similar to Google Drive or something like that, the one that opens that file last or saves it last, better, it will overwrite everything that your colleague did. Okay, so basically how we work here when there are like multiple people working on the same sequence or the same cinematic in a way, is that we divide the work in different level sequences. Okay, so this is why we say sub-scene tracks and nested level sequences. And why is it called shot-based? Because we can even create a sub-scene track that is for the shots. And in those shots, we can divide one level sequence per shot. And I know this is a little bit theoretical right now, but we will see a little bit what we mean. Okay, I don't want to jump the engine right now. So here, for example, we have a traditional live action production manager, gaffers, grips, production managers, etc. You all know what I'm talking about. And multi-art, in Unreal, we have multi-artist collaborative workflow, sub-level, sub-scene tracks, visibility, and as roles, we could have the one for particles, the technical artist for particles, we could have the lighting artist, the optimization artist, I don't know, we could have like different ones, the shaders artist. So basically they could all be working. Actually, a shader artist, unless he needs to modify something in the sequence in real time, many times it's just a matter of he doesn't even, or he or she doesn't even need to start working on the sequence, just on the files. So a little bit more with our translation. So basically on a film, we have the locations, different locations. Okay, so that would be our project. Although sometimes I get asked like, oh, I need, like, if I want to change the scene, I need to change my project. No, don't think it like that, please. It's just like inside a project, you can have very different locations. So if you're filming a sci-fi, you could have different spaceships, different planets, the outer space, everything could be on the same project, and that's totally fine. I mean, unless that project is getting like, I don't know, like 2 terabytes, and then it's like a problem just for everybody to save it on their hard drives. Everything can be in the same project, okay? In case you work with VCS. The stages, that would be the different levels. Sets, sub-levels, you know what this means. So you know that sub-levels basically are levels nested inside some other levels. So that's and it's going to happen something very similar with the sequences. Okay, then we have props and actors. So the props and actors would be our skeletal meshes, would be our actors, and static meshes will be our props. And then, of course, we have the crew, the lights, the camera, rigging, practical effects, and all of those are the components, blueprint, C++ code, control rig, Niagara, all these kind of things. Okay. So just let me know if there is any big question. Okay?
No, not for now. I can answer all of them for now. Yeah.
Awesome. And if anything that it's not like getting,
just they are asking if you are going to show this in the engine.
Of course, yeah, of course. I'm just trying to do like kind of an introduction here, and then I'll go back. It's like, I mean, sometimes we prepare the decks and we don't use them. And here I'm trying to just for me to, I mean, this is to help me a little bit with the structure of the class, but also just to, for you to understand it and remember it afterwards. So I want to explain it a little bit here. So what is Sequencer? Basically, you will see that Sequencer is this kind of tool. This is a timeline editor tool, and we will have like many different things, but basically it has a timeline and it resembles quite a lot. It resembles quite a lot to other video editing software. Okay, see here, like struggling getting this bit, but let's see. Okay, this part here, you should know a little bit what master scene techniques and triple take techniques means. I've tried to explain it. Okay, but I will try to just come back here afterwards and try to explain it with the same exercise, but just trying to do it like sequence-based linear workflow. That would be a little bit more like the master scene technique, and then the shot-based non-linear, that it's a little bit like the triple take technique. And you'll see why I mean all of this. Okay. So again, film and Unreal. So we have the film and the feature short. So here we have the film and master, the level sequence. Here's very important because you will see level sequence, level sequence, level sequence, level sequence. And this is true. And sometimes you just like miss any of these layers. But basically, we need to understand that we have the full film. We have acts, okay, that it kind of are like the blocks that we generated. So different, like a structural division of the film and in the storytelling look and feel. And then we have the sequence that it's a part of that larger section. And then we have the scenes. Maybe in this block, as it's a sword and it's only 30 seconds, we don't have like all these things, but you could differentiate a sequence from different scenes. Then when you're in a scene, you have the shot, and of each shot you could get different takes. Okay, so take 1, take 2, take 152 if the actor is not in feeling the best day, or maybe the camera is a little bit not the best. So I'm just kidding. Basically, it's like, that you can do several takes of one shot, and then you have different shots. And then, of course, you can edit and like get like a shot from the master scene, or just delete one shot if you had enough and it's not very relevant. So all of those are going to be nested as different level sequences. And we're going to name something the master sequence. But it's really important that you understand that the master sequence, it's not a different type of actor from the level sequence. And the subsequence, it's not a different actor from the level sequence or the master sequence. Basically are the same. It's just like how they are hierarchically organized, or the layer where they are. Okay, so it's the same element, although you can nest them, and depending on the hierarchy level they are called the master or just sub-levels. Okay, so we'll see this. And yeah, of course, we have some new terminology, as we mentioned before, that are static and skeleton meshes. You know what they are. Basically, these are objects, and this is a character or something that moves with a skeleton. Actors basically are everything that we'll talk about this with the blueprint and the procedural tools thing. Basically, as you know, I think I mentioned this during the intro to Unreal. Unreal Engine is an object-oriented program. Okay, it's OOP. Basically, means that everything is like you have parents and child. So everything in Unreal Engine is an object. And then, for example, you have an actor, and then you have different elements. Okay, so they are nested. The object is the more abstract element in Unreal Engine in programming. And then, for example, the actor, it's an object with a transform component. Okay, so anything that can be inside the level needs to be an actor, because it needs to have a transform. A transform component, it's location, rotation, and scale. If you don't have that, you cannot put that on a level, because it needs to have a 3D dimension, a 3D like abstraction in a way. And if it's not like that, it's just an object. Okay, so we have world maps and levels. So they're the same. So if we talk about maps, we're going to talk about levels. So just for you to know. Level sequences, this is what I mentioned, master level and sub level basically are the same kind of element. Control rig. So control rig, you know what it is. Basically, you have a skeletal mesh, and in order to be able to move it inside sequencer and Unreal Engine, we'll need to do a control rig. This will be on Wednesday. We'll talk about that more on Wednesday, although we will see it a little bit today. Volumes, we'll see blocking volumes, we'll see post-process volumes, we'll see many different type of volumes, and then blueprints for programming, of course, source control. Well, so let's start. This is like the point of like working with level sequences and all of this. So now I'm going to talk about processables and spawnable actors, and this is when I'm going to start coming into the engine. Okay, first, I love this slide because it's so graphic that it really, I think it helps a lot to understand the point. So most probably you have never discussed or talked about processables and spawnables in Unreal. I remember that Arturo mentioned like what's the trickiest things, or like understand processables versus spawnables. So before this, I want to just like get the knowledge there. Okay, I want to get the concept. So processables, they are these zombie. And the point is that they are a zombie. It's like, I don't know if you like The Last of Us, you know, this like the whole topic that basically you have this kind of, I don't know, I can't remember the name in English, but this fungus, okay?
Yeah.
That basically enters the body and starts controlling it, okay? So this is a little bit it. So the mushroom, the cordyceps, exactly. So basically this is it. So when you have something in your level and you haven't started working with your level sequence yet. So when you start the level sequence and you call that actor, so imagine that I have a cube and I'm working with this cube, but I want to move it. And then I open a level sequence. I enter that cube on my level sequence and I start moving it. But when I close the level sequence, my cube, it's still there. So this means that the cube is processable. You mean when I open the sequencer, this fungus, just like, please allow me like these are reference, like basically gets in, like possesses the cube and starts moving it. But when I remove the fungus, when I remove the sequence, everything comes back as it never happened. On the contrary, spawnable are like angels. You know, you can see here the angels. So basically they are never there until they are summoned. So we summon them because they are inside the sequencer. So the level sequence can be is a container. So is a container of fungus in a way, or the full angel by itself. I'm doing these kind of references. So basically they can have the asset or they can only control it. So in the case of the cube, I would be possessing the cube, and when I remove the level sequence, the cube is there. But for example, if in the same level sequence, I have a spawnable sphere, when I open the level sequence, the sphere will appear as an angel, okay? And when I close the sphere, I close the level sequence, it will get removed. It's as it never was there, okay? So let's enter the engine.
Yeah, I was going to say, don't worry, guys, because this is easier when you see it in Unreal. So
I just wanted to explain a little bit why we have this, because I think this slide is amazing because of the simplification of this. Because I mean, you can perfectly understand like possessable and spawnable, but whenever you'll see this, and this is very important, this lighting there, this means that it's spawnable. But I think this is really, really, really creative and really like interesting. So right now here, oh, this is extremely slow. Okay. Something's going on there, but never doesn't. I don't have to worry. Okay, so first concept, okay, and then I'll go back to the different concepts, okay? First concept here, you know, I love my in-class folders. This means that everything that I did here, it's kind of a sandbox, or I
David, can you show again the map that you are in?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Don't worry. You can just open a new one.
Okay.
Right now, I'm on the sequencer. Like these are classes. So these are the different classes. You can see they are in order. Right now is your fourth class, our fourth class. And this is why it's here. So it's mapped, and it's that we only have this map. Okay. So right now I opened this one, and then I just created this folder in order to know that I can remove whatever is here. Okay. But this exercise, you can do it whenever, wherever you want. Okay, I'm just going to get some basic things and let you know. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to create a level sequence. So we create a level sequence doing a right click, and then we come here and it says level sequence. So you'll know now the like Alar style guide. Yeah. So this means that usually we name level sequences as LS. I always like to do it like that. And usually I can put in class, and I'm going to put possessable spawnable, just for you to know. Okay. So I double click it and I get this sequence. So I'm going to put it here. So you see my level sequence right now is empty. I'll talk about all of this afterwards. I'm just like getting the basics, okay? So let's do one thing. When I come here, I'm going to get a shape. I always like to do it with cubes and spheres because it's a simple understanding. Just let me know which level I'm working on here. Persistent, that should be okay. I'm going to remove it afterwards, so don't worry. So basically, I'm getting here a shape. I'm going to put it here. And that's it. Okay. I'm going to try to modify the color. Okay. Good. So I have a cube. So right now, my cube is somewhere, just somewhere here. And I'm going to call it possessable. Don't worry, you don't need to call it anything like that. It's just like it's for me, for you to be a little bit more descriptive. And then I'm going to add a sphere. Going to put the same, maybe the green, just to differentiate them. And I'm going to put here spawnable. Okay. So you can see that both of them are here. Whenever I open sequencer, I get this column on the world outliner. And this is kind of important or relevant because you will know where are each of these, okay? And you can see this new column too, that it's this lighting. So I'm going to put it here because you can see that right now, my sequencer is empty. Like it says nothing, although that we have 150 frames in 30 FPS, okay? So this is the only thing that we know right now, and the name. So right now I have this clicked and I can bring it here 3 ways. So I can right click and say actor to sequence and add it. First option. I can click plus track actor to sequence and add it. Second option. Or I can just drag and drop and put it here. Third option. Okay. Should I repeat them? No?
Yes.
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 Please.
Yes. So I'm going to do it with the sphere. I have my sphere and I can right click here, actor to sequence and put it here. I can come to plus track actor to sequence and add it here. You will see that basically it's the same. Clicking plus track is the same as doing right click here. Okay, so it's exactly the same. And then you can come to the world outliner. So you will see I come to plus track and this is the world outliner. Okay, but just everything is listed, not with the folders or anything like that. And then I can bring it here and drag and drop it. Yeah, I see here. I think everyone around when they forget all of them will try to drag and drop. Yeah, the only thing that doesn't work is like trying to drag and drop this one from the level here, but you can always bring it here. Okay. So right now, we have these two. You can see that the sequence it's in LS in class possessible expandable. Good, everything looks fine. But as you see here, none of these two have the lighting. And this is because both of them are possessible. So I'm going to do this one here, spawnable. And I'm going to right click and I'm going to click convert to spawnable. Don't worry about that. Just click OK, like no problem. I'm going to convert it into spawnable. I click here and suddenly I have this lining here. It's bold. Okay. All of you sees that? So this means that this is now spawnable. So now, these was the ones that I mentioned, like the fungus, and this is the angel. Okay, this is our zombie. This is our angel. So right now, I'm going to close my sequencer. And here, let's make this a little bit interactive. If I close the sequencer, which one do you think it's going to disappear? Let's get that as a few answers. Sphere, 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 angel, spawn.
Angel sphere.
Well, we have a smart group. Exactly. So when we click this one, the sphere is going to disappear. Okay. Because this is our angel that we just unsummoned. So whenever we open this, we summon it again. Okay. So basically, right now, we understand perfectly what is happening here. So I'm going to show you how to create like very basic keys, and this can help me a little bit. So when we create a key, we just need to come here and you have these drop lists or this tree version. And basically, because you can have parameters nested on each other, okay? So in transform, I'm coming here to location, and I'm going to key the frame 0, and I key it here with this small button here. So how do we key any kind of animation? We come here, we can go to the frame. For example, if you click here, you can go to the frame 10 there, and I can move it. And I'm going to key it again. Okay, you saw what happened. I clicked this one instead of location, and I got rotation and scale. So this is because if I click this one there, as it has the keys X, Y, Z, this will be keying all of the, like the childs, all of the parameters underneath location. And as I clicked transform, I'm keying all of this, but I really don't need these ones. So I'm going to delete them. I only want location. So right now, I'm going to show you some other thing. As I have it here, I imagine that I wanted it here. So I'm in the same frame, and I'm going to bring it here, and I'm going to key it again. And now this one disappeared, and now it's here. So I overrode this one, okay? And if I move it there, and I key it again, I'll be overriding the value. And this is important. So I'm going to go to 20, and I'm going to move it here, and I'm going to key it again. And now, do you see what happens? It kind of makes this sine curve, okay? And this is when I'm going to explain you a little bit the graph. So if we come here, show the animation keys in a curve editor, okay? This is important. I'm going to click it. And I'm going to get the keys there. So we're going to see a few things. So if we go to rotation, we have nothing. This is a scale, this is location, and this is transform. So basically, rotation and scale are on 0, that it's here. And then I have these others that are on location, you see? So yes, you see, it's doing eases automatically, basically, exactly. So it's trying to generate these ones there. So I have the Z. So if I open this one here, the Z, as I didn't modify the height, you remember, I love it. I'm going to try to find this one here. I love it so much. There's a tweet from Twin Sweeney. Yeah, this one there. It says, sorry, y'all, I was young and I was young and this coordinate system stuff was confusing. Okay, so you know that the hand axis thing. Okay, so basically if you're left-handed, like Y is up, and then you have in Unity, ZBrush, and DirectX, basically you have left-handed and Y is up, right-handed for Maya and OpenGL and Y is up. And then what you have here is that for 3D Max, CryEngine, Source, and Blender, it's right-handed, but Z it's up, and then Unreal Engine is left-handed and Z is up. So basically, he created one for Unreal Engine that is completely different to the other. I don't know why it's in Korean, or I think it's Korean, but this is a little bit what it mentioned. I love that that tweet. So basically, this is Z. This is, remember, left hand and Z up. So your thumb will be Z, and then you have Y, okay, and you have X. So we can see here that X is this one there. So we can actually modify this and it's going to be moving. Yeah, you all see that? We can actually, I'm going to make this bigger, like wider. For example, this is for flattening. Okay, so this one is for straight in tangents, and then this is for flattening in case you just want to flatten. So for example, many times we could get, and you have this is automatic, this is a cubic interpolation, this is if you want to break the tangents. Okay, remember that right now, everything is looking exactly as it's looking here, because I'm trying to do like a top down, and this is the X, okay? So this is why I'm doing it like that. And the other option would be linear. So linear, if I do this linear, I'm not going to have any tangents. And finally, I have a constant. So the constant will be that I go here and then it doesn't change until I come here. So if I did do this one here as a constant, it will be like here, there, and then there. Of course, on the X, I should do the constant for the Y in order not to do this kind of diagonal. Okay, but I didn't want to do this as a constant. I want to do now a wave tangent. I'm going to put it automatic so I can get this. And this one here, I wanted to do it with wave. So you can do that here, or you can also modify these ones with a right click. And I can do this there. So this means if they're wave, that I can modify this in order to make it a little bit more curved. Okay. So this is an easy way of doing this kind of modifications. So let's continue. I'm going to delete the sequencer curves. I'm going to go to 40. No, not 30, sorry. And then I'm going to move it here. More or less, I'm going to try to do a circle, although it's not my best art. I'm going to put it here, and then I'm going to 40. And then I'm going to try to put it here. One of the things I could do, I would be able to copy and paste just in case I really want to put it on the same place. So all these keys can be copy pasted. Okay. All these keys can be copy pasted. So when I come back here, one of the things that I will be able to do is to come here and check them out. Okay, so let me now get this a little bit here. And what I want to check is that curve. That should be a little bit something like that. And you can just refine this as much as you want, okay? One of the things that happened here, and we will see it, is that, for example, I want to repeat it. Right now, I have this doing this kind of circle, but imagine that I want to create a loop. Okay. So how I would do the loop? So I would get here, I would get all of this from location, and you have something that it says, choose how the curve is evaluated. I've simplified before the keys, the first key, and then you have the last key. So what I want right now is to come here and say cycle. So these will start doing, if I hit play, you can see all of this. If right now I hit play, we'll start doing all of this. And you can see right now that this is not doing like the best thing, because I have this thing happening here. Okay, so when I come here I realized that this is going to be stopping. And how can I modify this? So I can modify like this. Well, I'm modifying one, right, like all of this right now. So I would just get here. This is the last one. And I would need to come to the first one and start modifying this one like this.
Can you show that how you get the cycle again?
Yeah, so I would come here and select all of them. And with these ones here, I would come here and I would say cycle. Okay.
Is there a shortcut to put a key?
Yeah, usually you put it with the key, but I'll show you some other thing. I'll show you some other thing.
Okay.
Then we can do it here. So right now, I mean, it won't be the best, but we can start playing and you'll see how this is not doing this kind of weird thing anymore. I mean, it's not a perfect cycle, so that's why I've been playing with this, but basically this is not getting stuck as it was getting stuck here. Okay, so now you can just start modifying all of this. You can click this one there, modify how you want it to behave, and it will be for all of them. Okay, it will start let you know how all of them behave, and you could come here if you want to modify the Y, and you can start modifying here. So you can see that all of what you do here goes to the level and gets shown, gets displayed. Okay. So just another thing, I'm going to leave the cube like that. Okay. So I'm going to do something a little bit different. So I know that this would be here. So what I'm going to put the sphere here, and then this one should be there. So should get this one there. So if I'm here, what I'm going to do, this is like a simple example. You can do whatever you want. Okay. So I'm going to get the transform. I can put this one there first on the, for example, here. When it's here, I'm going to get that one there and I'm going to put it there. And then when this one's there, I'm going to put that one over here, more or less. Okay. And then when it's here, as we mentioned, I'm going to copy paste this value. I'm going to put it here. Oops. Going to get this one, get the sphere, go there and paste it. And then I'm going to do the same thing here. Okay, so right now it should be this kind of play between one and the other. Okay. So one of the things that I wanted to show you right now is that I'm not going to do this kind of loop, but one of the things is that when you come here, you have a few icons. So one of the icons is this one here. And it's like and it says key all, key group, key changed. And then we have these others, do you remember? Like cubic user, cubic break, linear constant. We missed the one that it's like wave tangent, sorry. But if we click key changed, and then I come here and I activate this, create a key when channels properties change, only automatically adds a key when there's already a track and at least one key. So when I come here, if I activate this one there and I come here, you see nothing yet. But if I modify this, you will see that this gets modified. And if I come here, I move it there, and this comes and comes here. So then you can see how I've been keying directly here. I've been copy pasting, and I've been setting keys, but automatically changing the properties and letting a sequencer know that I want to key every single frame when it changes. Okay. So any questions till now?
No, this they wanted to see this, how you auto key. So
Yeah, so the auto key basically is here, although I think I have some, just let me double check 1 second. I'm going to open it here. I don't know if the slides are already there, but let me check. I think so. Yeah, you have the slides here. Okay, so if you go down, we added some shortcuts, timeline tricks. I'm going to just put it here, that we will see it better. So we added at the very end, like set keyframes on all transformation, set keyframes on translation. There are a few set keyframes or on all keyable, right click over to set interpolation, and then play and pause during playback, returns a time marker to 0 without arrow, start sequence play, step frame gate mode, set time frames, set time code frames. Okay. And then pan like horizontally and vertically, scroll pan, control like control and scroll, resume, alt shift, remove button, and drag freeform zoom, and well, you have all of this. Okay, so this is at the end of the PDF, just for you to know and be able to like play with it. So yeah, for now we've seen. Oh, and what do you think that will happen right now? So I have this, and what do you think that will happen if I close sequencer? Anyone? The sphere disappears.
yes.
And what would happen with the cube? Animation stop, bye-bye sphere. Still there. Goes back to original position, exactly. So that's the point. When I get this and it goes back, I delete, I close the sequence, it will go back to the original position. Okay. So everything comes back as it was before starting with a level sequence. So if I open it again, it will go to 0. But if I click with space, that will be play. Oops. We'll see all the movement again. Okay, so everything is safe, and the level sequences are kind of containers with all these elements. So the big difference, these are basically parameters, okay? Basically parameters. And the point is that when you have one that is spawnable, you will be able, and this is going to be fun. I'm going to open one new level, okay, from scratch, new level. You don't need to do this, okay? I'm going to open a basic level, and I'm going to open this one. So you should be doing the exercise right now. What happens if I come to a new level and I open the one that I just had? So I was possessing something that was on another level. What will happen? I'm going to bring a spawnable that is kind of an angel that wasn't on that level. So the spawnable will appear. Good for you, Alexis. And Asaf, missing objects. Exactly. I don't know if anybody answered the same, but if you answered that, that's the right thing. Going to open this, and then we will find somewhere our sphere. There you go. But you can see that my cube is missing. Okay, And this is important. So I can or convert to spawnable or assign it to any other thing. Okay. So remember, if you assign it to an object here, it will lose the reference to the other map. But you can do it like that. I'm not going to save it. You can get the cube and then you can reassign it. Add selected. So all the parameters are there. It's just like you need to reassign what is going to be possessed. If you have something that is spawnable, you will be able to move it everywhere.
Can you show again how to reassign?
So you have it here, right click, assign to actor. So you can look for this, or you can just like click it before. So you can add selected. And there was one around here, just there is one here that sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. If you just come here and click it, in this case, it's not going to work. Maybe if I put the same name, it might work. If you come here and you say advanced fixed actor references, exactly. So if this happens to you and you have objects that have the same name, you could come here and you could go to advanced and fixed actor references, okay? How did I bring the sequence to the new level? It's really easy. It's basically, you have it here and you open it. That's it.
How do you see the lines of the movement of the objects? Some people is not seeing them.
Well, right now you're not seeing them, and you need to click them. You see that when I click them?
Yeah. So should work, guys.
So if I come here, I click fixed actor references and I click the cube, I will see them. If I click this one, it's there. If I click both, I'll see this ones. So with spawnables, I'm able to move my sequence to another level. Exactly. You can bring everything, it's like a container, and you bring it wherever you want. A sequence will be part of a main level or a sub level. It doesn't matter. Okay, it doesn't matter. So basically, what I love to do, one thing that I can show you here is that if you have this new level, if you come here, you have the add level sequence and add level sequence with shots, okay? Basically, this was called like add master sequence. It was before. It was generating quite a lot of confusion. And this is why they changed that, okay? Because as you remember, like master sequence, level sequence, and subsequence, basically all are the same, okay? All are cinematic level sequence. So what I wanted to show you is that if you come here, and this is like a little trick, you don't need to know it. It's just like, I'm going to show it to you. If you come here, there is, I just did like right click blueprint class and then all classes. You don't need to know to do this now. It's just for you to know. If I go and I put level sequence, you see that it's under actor. And what happens if it's under actor? What did we say? It was an actor. Remember that I mentioned an object, an actor. So everything that is a child of actor has the transform component. So this means that I should be able to bring a level sequence here. And can I? Yes, definitely. I can bring a level sequence here. And this would mean that I have it on the outliner. I can click it. I can open level sequence from here. But what it best, and I love this, it's not mandatory, but I really like this one. I can come here. Remember, it was add level sequence and add level sequence with shots. And now I have this one. I can come here and check all the level sequences that are in my outliner. And I can click them here and I can get it from there. I don't need to look for them. I can just come here and open it. Spawnable is a child of sequencer. No, don't misunderstand that. Spawnable is I don't know. You can bring everything, it's like a container, and you bring it wherever you want. A sequence will be part of a main level or a sub level. It doesn't matter. Okay, it doesn't matter. So basically, what I love to do, one thing that I can show you here is that if you have this new level, if you come here, you have the add level sequence and add level sequence with shots, okay? Basically, this was called like add master sequence. It was before. It was generating quite a lot of confusion. And this is why they changed that, okay? Because as you remember, like master sequence, level sequence, and subsequence, basically all are the same, okay? All are cinematic level sequence. So what I wanted to show you is that if you come here, and this is like a little trick, you don't need to know it. It's just like, I'm going to show it to you. If you come here, there is, I just did like right click, blueprint class, and then all classes. You don't need to know to do this now. It's just for you to know. If I go and I put level sequence, you see that it's under actor. And what happens if it's under actor? What did we say? It was an actor. Remember that I mentioned an object, an actor. So everything that is a child of actor has the transform component. So this means that I should be able to bring a level sequence here. And can I? Yes, definitely. I can bring a level sequence here. And this would mean that I have it on the outliner. I can click it. I can open level sequence from here. But what it best, and I love this, it's not mandatory, but I really like this one. I can come here. Remember, it was add level sequence and add level sequence with shots. And now I have this one. I can come here and check all the level sequences that are in my outliner. And I can click them here and I can get it from there. I don't need to look for them. I can just come here and open it. Spawnable is a child of sequencer. No, don't misunderstand that. Spawnable is a property of the assets. Okay. Okay, now it was changed.
Yeah.
Spawnable is a child of sequencer that we assign to. So it's not, you're mixing concepts. Spawnable, it's a property of the actors, okay, in sequencer. So it's not a child. A child would be if I put level sequences one inside the app.
A lot of people is asking, when do they have to use spawnable and when do they have to use non-spawnable?
That's a great question. That's a great question. So when would I use possessable? So possessable, I would use it if I'm working with something all the time. Okay. So for example, the sun is going to be there most of the time. So I want to work with the sun and I want to modify its properties, but I don't want to be like spawning new suns every single time. I want to do slight modifications of like very little properties. And that's when I use possessables. If I have my main character, and I'm going to use the character in many different sequences, I would get those. I would possess it. Okay. But imagine that I have a butterfly coming around, or a bird, or a particle, or I don't know, something that it's going to be really temporary, only in a couple of shots, or maybe in one shot, who knows? Then I would use a spawnable. Okay, if some things are not going to be there, like most of the time, don't bring them as possessables. It's like that's usually vegetation, things that are going to be there are possessables, and things that are going to be there only in a few shots should be spawnable. Okay, many times cameras are spawnable. Why? Because I mean, I don't need to see them all the time. They're only for a shot if we do the triple take scene. Okay. So let's go back. And let's analyze a little bit what we had before. So I'm coming here to sequences, maps, opening this one. I don't want to save anything. Perfect. So I'm coming here, and as I have this sequence in my outliner, I will be able to open it. Let's see. Well, it says it's not working, but it is. Bound object is missing. Actually, it's working, so let's not worry too much about this. Okay. So do you remember we were talking about all these kind of elements, and we mentioned the triple take technique and the shot-based nonlinear workflow. So the example I did for this class, it's a shot-based nonlinear workflow. Okay. So when we come here, we will see that we have different subsequences. And I want you to see that when we come to for sequencer and we come into sequences, we have these folders. So this is the LS Epic Master, that it's the one that is on our outliner, and it's the one that I opened. Okay. And then we have different folders. And these folders say animations, and you have a level sequence here, blueprints, camera shakes. And then you have materials, and you have a level sequence here. And then you have shots, every single shot. And inside the shot, I have take 0, 1, take shot 2, take 1, shot 1, take 1, shot 3, take 1, shot 4, take 1. So you can see that every single shot has at least one level sequence. And you remember what I mentioned? Nested level sequences take system substance tracks optional. And this is called shot-based non-linear workflow. So what we have here is that we have different subsequences, for example, materials. Here, SM hard should be somewhere. Oops, it is there no more. Maybe because it's on the, that would be afterwards. Maybe because it's on the materials, but don't worry. This would be, let me go up. So when you click one of these, I will let you know now how you create one of this. When you come to subsequences and you go to animations, you will see that we get a breadcrumb here. So this is the first level sequence, and this is the LS animation subsequence. So we come here and we have animations. We have level sequence animations. That is the one that the same that is here. So in this one, I actually added all the animations that I have on this cinematic. Okay. So when I come here, you see that I have my Seneca is this guy here with an animation on the face. And this is it. So now I have my money, no animation, and I start the animation here. And then I have this other animation. And then we go back to Seneca with this animation, and we go back. And in this case, I used 2 Senecas. So I have 2 of these of the MetaHumans. And then I have this new other animation. Okay, so you can see how I actually created one sequence, one level sequence only for my animations. So this is how the person that is actually working with animations really knows the times, really knows how everything is going to happen, and prepares all the sequence with animations. So then we have someone for the shots, for the cameras. Okay, so we come here and we can find a shot 01. I'm going to split this one into 2 so that we can see. So let me come here and we'll see it. So we have this one there. I'm going to click this one here so we can see it. So we can see how the camera is moving. And in this level sequence, I only have one camera, nothing else, okay? And when I come here, I go to number 2. And this camera is already stopped, and I get another camera. So my point here is that I'm not getting, so my camera, I'm not getting that camera and moving it all over the world. I'm all over the cinematic. I'm creating new cameras and I'm controlling these cameras all the time. Okay. And I'm generating one level sequence per camera. You can see here, I have camera rig. We'll see it afterwards. But I have it here. And if I click it, I'll be able to see it. So we see here how it's moving through the rig, through the rail. Okay. So right now, although we will learn now how to put cameras, how to key all of this, how to add animations, I want you to understand this phase. Okay, that we are using different level sequences in order to generate all of this. Okay. So next exercise will be to generate one sequence with everything, as we mentioned before, that is the master scene technique or sequence-based linear workflow. And then we will do the same as here. Okay, we won't have time to do the whole thing, but I want to start doing this. Big questions, like major questions that could be here.
Major questions, can you repeat this a bit slower?
Okay, if it's only that,
yeah, that's the main question.
Okay, I'm going to start with the exercise.
Yeah.
Okay, so I just wanted to go with the abstract and then I'm going to go down. So let's start, and I'm going to get in class, and I'm going to start one level sequence, standard level sequence. And I'm going to call it master scene. Okay. I did the level sequence. Remember, this is the possessable versus spawnable. I'm not going to use it. I'm going to get the master scene. So I'm going to put myself here, and I'm going to try to do the same thing I was doing with this. I'm going to try to replicate it, okay? Remember, this is going to be, this is this is recorded. Okay, so don't worry. If you really think you should listen and watch, that can be a perfect approach for today. If you get lost, okay, so don't worry. I'll be doing this very slowly and you will be able to repeat it afterwards. Okay. Anyway, hopefully you can follow me as I'm going to go very slow. So the first thing here is that I have this master scene. What I'm going to do is that I'm going to put everything on the same place, okay? Everything on the same level sequence. This is for you to know a little bit how it works, but it's not the approach that we recommend, like capital letters. This is not the approach we recommend. It's just for you to know. So master sequence will be adding everything in only one level sequence. So the first thing that I'm going to put, and I'm going to do everything spawnable, not because it's the best way, it's just that because I'm going to remove it afterwards. And for me, in this case, it works, okay? I'm going to come here. I have this guy that it's Seneca. So I'm going to get Seneca. Well, let's go from the content browser. So if you go to MetaHumans, you have Seneca here, okay? It's this guy. MetaHumans in your content browser, go to Seneca and select it here. You can drag and drop it here. Every time you drag and drop something from the content browser, it will be spawnable by default. Oops. So one of the things that will happen with a MetaHuman the very first time you put it here, it will be, if you drag and drop it from the content browser, everything should go to 0, 0, 0. Okay. So the very first thing we're going to do is to position it where we want. We're going to put it there. A little bit similar where we had it. Remember, we have it here with the bolt. So basically it's spawnable. Another thing that happens with the MetaHumans, and we will also see this in the control rig, is that when we place a MetaHuman, Meta will say, "Oh, it's coming bold." So there are like a few things with the hair cards, but for this, what I'm going to do is like, if you go to the details tab, not here, if you go down, you will be able to see a component. This is the symbol for a component, and it's called level of detail sync. LOD sync. So you have this forced LOD. So all the MetaHumans have 8 levels of detail. So when we force LOD to -1, it's just like use the default values. So use all the LODs. I don't want to use all the LODs. I want to use 0. So right now you can see that I'm not losing the hair at any time. If in this case I used -1, you will be able that I'll lose because it's changing all the time it's changing the LOD, although you don't notice it because that's why the LODs are done like that. But if I come here and I put 0, I will force the MetaHuman to be all the time at LOD 0. Okay. First point. Well, so the very first thing that we did is that we have these animations. So let me find them. So I think the animations were not out here. Let me find them. I'm going to do something quickly that is filtering through lab animation and not animation blueprint, animation sequence. Perfect. Look, okay. So this is so in folder. Okay, so when you have LifeLink here from the class 11, you can come here and you will find this one there, okay? Yes? So we're going to find it some other way. It's called Seneca Look. So I got the name and I'm going to put it here. So having my MetaHuman here, you will click plus track. Sorry, you will click plus track on the face because it's an animation from the face. Plus track. We come here and we have the animation Seneca Look. Okay. I'm going to do it again. With the MetaHuman, I go to face, plus track, animation, Seneca Look.
Okay. Some people is having trouble looking for the Seneca file. I don't know why.
The Seneca file is in MetaHumans, Seneca, and is here. Okay. I don't know if I can copy reference, copy file path, maybe put it here.
There is no LOD option. Some people,
yeah, I mean,
they are having problems with the LODs too.
If you go here, you will see in the details tab the Seneca. And then you have to go down at the very bottom, and click LOD. And then up, you have the 470. Don't worry.
Yeah.
The animations, like for now, just remember what it's called Seneca Look. If you can write it down, or I will write it down. So face, anim Seneca Look. So I clicked it. I can actually get the properties here. I don't know if I can copy it. Yeah. Yeah, perfect. That's better. Okay, so when you click that animation, you will be able to see, to come here and to browse a little bit, but you say, oh, it's not working. It's not working. And it happens, you can do two things. So why is it not working? It's not working because we have the control rig. And you see the control rig here? So actually, if we could, I mean, we will talk about this on Wednesday. But if you come here and you click this, you will be able to see this is moving. So what we're working at right now is with the control rig. So what we're going to do is that we're going to right click and click mute. Mute here with the control rig. So once we have this, now our animation works. We can do this, or we can definitely, if you see that it's not muted, now it's not working anymore, but I can remove it. And now it's working. So I can mute it or I can remove it, whatever you prefer. Honestly, in my personal opinion, I like to mute it. But you can remove it. Okay. So right now we have Seneca. And we're going to add a camera here. Okay, so right now we want a camera. So there is one thing that we can do. And if you come here to sequencer, there is one thing that says create a new camera and set it as the current camera account. So we will learn two things with here. Let's click it. So right now, we have the camera, but we have another thing that says camera cut. If we go to plus track, we will see that we have an option here that says camera cut track. So the camera cut track, basically it's what controls our cameras. Okay, so we can have many different cameras at the same time on the same frames, but the camera track can only have one selected. So the final render will get the one that is on the camera cut track. So this is like our editor, like our master editor, like the one that is going to be rendered. Okay. So not sure what happened with your guy. Don't worry. My guy, it's in a similar situation, you know. Being a meta human is tough.
I think this is an interesting question. I don't know if you have to use this, but can you keyframe the muting option?
You can not exactly. You can modify. Let's see. You can come here. This is a little bit more complex, but you can come here and add. Where is it? An animation mode. Animation mode basically is if you want to use animation blueprint, animation asset, or a custom mode. Okay, so this is like you keep moving from one to the other, but I mean, don't worry. Here I'm using an animation asset. So this is how I mean, you will be able to see it here. So right now, although should be working. Although I get this. So basically what this does is that when we come here, this is a skeletal mesh, it's replacing this one there. So you can work through the animation blueprint, through the animation asset and the custom mode. And then this should work a little bit, but there are like a few things that we need to tackle. But what I would do here is to like mute it. I think that would be the best, and then that would work okay. But sometimes you use one or the other. So we will see also that many times when we do control rig, one of the good things that we want to do is to come and bake with here, bake animation sequence. So this actually generates with from our control rig and a sequence. Okay, so that becomes this. So when you have this, you have the keys, but they are not a control rig. This is like an animation sequence. So usually you can work with control rigs, but a little bit like a process in order to clean it a little bit. Many times it's just like getting the control rig and then bake it into an animation. And like that, you kind of like bake it, you freeze it, and then that won't be able to be modified afterwards. I mean, you can modify it because you can do like bake to control rig, and it's the other way around. So it's a little bit like that. And here you could blend different things and all these kind of things. So yeah, motion clear. Well, let's continue. This is a little bit more advanced. So for now, just like mute it. This is not keyable, by the way. It's just like, or you mute everything or not. That what I wanted to say is that basically you can have like these kind of elements, and basically you decide if you work with one or the other. It's kind of, for example, solo, what it just says is like this, basically it works only that track. So yeah, I mean, basically this is like kind of like working with it, and then you need to decide what to do for the very end. But muting it can be perfectly fine. So let's continue. So we come here, we have this, and we wanted to mention, we were talking about the Cine Camera Act. So right now we have this camera. Let's see, where is it? So our camera, let's go to the outliner. It's here. Okay. So let me open it a little bit more. Should be somewhere. Just can't find it. Oh, it's I'm already there. I think I was inside the camera. Yeah, exactly. I was inside, sorry. So one of the things, probably you already saw this with Ramon, is that when you right click a camera, oops, or here, you can pilot the cinema camera actor. But there are different ways of doing it. And here in Sequencer, you have one icon and you can click the icon. I was there, just like, I want to be here. You can click the actor and you can actually move it. It's getting me this screen. You can actually move and you can come here. So right now, what we're going to do, we'll talk a little bit more about these camera, cine cameras, but you can definitely move here and modify some values. So right now you have the transform because it is an actor, but you have look at tracking settings that is like you can actually get an actor to track. Be careful with this because when you're tracking an actor, it will go to the 0. So it's not tracking the face, it will be tracking the root. Okay. You have, for example, the film back. Here you can use, for example, Super 35, for example, that can be something that is good. You can modify the sensor width or the sensor height, so that creates the aspect ratio, or you can directly crop settings. So for example, I want to keep the height and the width, but I can go and I want to do a 16:9. So I will crop it to do that. So you can use a 4:3 or more like a cinematic look and feel. Okay. For me, 16:9 is totally okay. You can modify the focal length, but also you can modify here the settings. So we're coming into 12 or maybe 12, basically, if we want to go like very much into something like that. We can also use, for example, 30. It can be great. Or we can go a little bit more and we can go to an 85 and we can use this. So let's come a little bit like this and that would be okay. So right now you see that it's not focused. So one of the things that we can do is go here to the focus settings, and there are several things like we can track an object. So we could track Seneca, like same thing. You can come here and track it, okay? Or you can do like disable, so not having focus at all. Or you can do manual. So manual, if you click here, you will be able to see, let's see if I can find it. Yeah, you see this plane that it's coming. So this plane would be the focus plane. So if I put it here, I will be focusing on the eyes, okay? So I'll just put it here, and this will be right now my focus. So I'm going to put it here. I'm going to disable the debug plane. And that would be an example. So right now, what I have here is that I have this cine camera actor that it's coming here and it's doing this. So I can do kind of the same. And I can, for example, this would be like my last shot. I can, at my last point. So I can key it here. I would come to the transform and I would key, as probably modify the rotation a little bit. I'm just going to key the transform thing, the transform, like everything. And right now I'm coming to the very beginning and I'm going to slightly go back a little bit up and something like that. Okay. So I'm going to, as I have this key there, I will already have this key set up automatically. Okay. So you could see this. So this is very handy. Right now, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to set up my focal length again because because it's not focused. So I'm coming here, I'm going to modify this. And I'm going to set it over there. So right now you have hit play. I will be moving slightly on there. So here it's not working properly because I didn't key it. So one of the things that I wanted to show you is that if you come here, do you see that there is like a little new icon that appeared now? But not now, when I open Sequencer, this is a new thing. Well, not from 5. It is a thing that happens when you're with Sequencer, okay? So every single property that has this icon can be keyed. And pay attention to this because I'm going to do it now. This is the manual focus distance. You can see it here, and I have no keys at all here. So when I click it, so I can actually, I think I could delete it. I'm going to delete it. Okay. And I'm going to click it. So I think I just, oh, it's here. I'm going to click it here. And I just got this track again. So every time you click something, if you don't find it here, because there could be a lot of things, okay? Look at track, camera shake. If you don't find it here, just go into the properties and find it. And if it has this key, you will be able to bring it immediately here. So right now I have it. And right now I can modify it. Okay. So I can definitely modify it. I'm going to bring the focus here. And I'm going to go back here and I'm going to modify it again. It doesn't matter if I move it from here or from here. Okay, just let me go to the focus. It doesn't matter. It actually does the same. You will be able to see that when I move this one there, it's moving itself here and the other way around. Okay. So right now, let's see. Let's come here. Let's play. Okay. So right now I have this other one there. And basically I could be seeing the same thing and what it does in real time. So I see this slight movement from the camera. So if you have many viewports at the same time, you will be able to see what is going on. Okay. Well, we've brought quite a lot of concepts right now. This is like what Sequencer is all about. Big questions.
I think there is a big one that is how to organize the level sequence as subsequence and cameras. But I think you are
that will come later.
Yeah.
I'm doing it right now, like everything on the same place. So we have Seneca. So we brought an skeletal mesh, well, an actor with 2 skeletal meshes because all the metahumans. This is the icon for a skeletal mesh. This is a blueprint. Okay, an actor. So we brought an actor, we brought skeletal meshes, we brought cameras. And I'm going to bring another camera just for you to see what's going on. Okay. So I'm going to create a new one. You can see it here. I just click this one here, there. And it's called 2. Okay, it's totally fine for me that it's 2. So you see that depending on where I click here, just let me come out. So I have this one there and this one here. So depending on where I come and where I click it, I go to one camera or the other. Okay. And both of them are being there all the time. Okay, so they are like rendering or capturing all the time. So for this camera that I'm right now using, I'm going to just go back a little bit so that I can see it. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to set up a different thing. So not like a hit thing. I'm going to be there here. Like for example, I'm going to set the transform. I'm going to come here. I'm going to put myself there. It keys, and then I'm going to go to the very end, and I'm going to put myself there. Okay, you see that it's not my best work, but you can see that it's doing this. Okay. So I have two cameras. So in a way, I could have a third one as the master one, and then I could have the different coverage cameras that could be these ones. Okay. So right now, what I would be able to do here on my camera account, I could delete this actually, and I could bring my cameras. Okay. So you have here, let's go to the very beginning to 0. And I could bring now this one there. So when I click this, it's going to be getting this camera. So this is not only for one. So in this situation, actually, what I would be able to do is to get this and put it here. And when I am here, maybe I can just like want to trim it a little bit. I could bring the camera and bring the first one. And then when I'm here, I could bring the first one also. So this means that I'm coming here. I'm coming here. And then I do this. And if I just like want to do this, imagine like I say, this is a lot of time with the eyes closed, and I want to put it here. No worries. I can bring this here, and then I will do it like that. So with the technique that we were mentioning, the master scene technique, I have many, like everything here. And I could even bring the directional light that it's my sun. I would right click, actor to sequence, add directional light, and start modifying the rotation. Remember that I mentioned that I could bring the rotation here. This is the transform. I will bring the transform here. Not getting it. Transform. Here it is. So I got here right now the plus truck, and I click transform. Okay. So with this, I can actually modify the rotation of the sun in order to get something that I could be expecting. Let me check that I get what I want. A little bit like that. And maybe a little bit like this. And I could even slightly modify the sun. Okay. So I could even click here at the very beginning. I could modify the transform, and then I could come here and I could modify this, or oops, it's just dedicated the oops here. I can put it there and it will keep. Okay, so right now it just something like this. I think it just goes away. Maybe I did like the whole 360. Just let me check. But well, you understand a little bit what I was mentioning. So we can modify the sun. I wanted to mention this because one of the things that I wanted to do is to create folders. So one of the things that we can do is add folders. And what we can do here, it's called animations or characters, and bring Seneca in here. We can call another folder cameras. And we can bring these two here. And we can call another folder lighting. And we can bring it here. So now they are all there in different folders. Okay. So this concept that we have here, would be the one that we understand for the different subsequences. We can get this and we can generate different subsequences with this result. So are we good here?
Kind of, yes.
Kind of. Big questions. Right now, I'm going to divide this in different subsequences.
Yeah. I think most of the questions are about how to organize this level sequence and everything. So
okay,
you will explain that.
I will explain. So we're on the 2 hours mark. Do you want to do a little break? Do you want me to explain the subsequences, or you want to get some coffee and break, coffee? Yeah, I think everybody has talked. Okay, so let's do it like that. Break time, we'll do 10 minutes break, something like that, and then we'll be back, okay? So I'm going to try, actually, I'm going very slow here, as I know that I have 2 hours of Q&As. Actually, I prefer to do it like very slow, not for you to, I know there are some concepts that can be complicated. So I'm just trying to do it as slowly as possible. Okay.
You can share this if you want. So there is a timer in the screen.
What? What's that?
Now for the break.
Oh, don't worry. It's a 1 past. Let's come around 10 past. Okay. Cool. So around 10 minutes. Yeah. Perfect. So see you in 10, everybody. Get a big coffee if you need it. See you now. Hello, everybody. So, let's see. Forgot to fill my bottle of water. That's not good. Okay, so what we're going to do now, I'm making a keyframe for LOD sync. I don't know if that's even possible. Let me check. Yeah, it is. So you could set it by keyframing it. Okay, so what we're going to do now, oh, I saw that many of you asked about how to pilot the camera. Let's go through that before like moving on. So basically we have here, you can see that when we're piloting an actor, basically you have this, like if it toggles the exact camera view, or you can like untoggle it and basically it removes the letterbox. And if you click it, then you go away. If you're here and you click this, you're going to be moving from one camera to the other. And if you click this one, this is the final camera cut combination. Okay. I don't know why this happened. This is like crazy.
You have different.
It was another thing.
Yeah, different camera cuts there. You have 3 of them.
Yeah, but that's normal.
Okay.
What I had here, this has been changed somehow. I don't know. Maybe I modified something. Anyway, let me remake this because I might have modified something here. Let me key it again. This is good. This is not good. Yeah, this is, and this, I know why this happened to me. Basically, the risk of having this activated is that if you are in the camera cut and you don't realize that you're in, like right now, I just went away for a break, I came, and then we had this, I had this here. If I move my camera, it will create a key, and this is a little bit what it was happening before. Okay, so now I can remove it, and I will be able to move this, and it's not generating any other key. So be careful with that, okay? So I have the cameras, and I'm going to put, as we had before, lighting as a folder. So coming back to what I was talking about, basically is that if you come from one to the other, I'm going to be piloting different cameras. But if I come here, basically I'm going to see the camera cut, okay? And a nice thing is that if I click G, you will see that everything that it's not an asset, I mean, that everything that is like a tool in a way, will remove everything that needs to be hidden in game, okay? So we'll see a little bit what it's the final movie. Okay, so what we were mentioning is that when I'm here, one of the things that I can say, I can do it here, for example, is that if I go to perspective, I can put default or cinematic. So cinematic will bring these options here, okay? Just let me make it a little bit bigger. And we'll try to focus it as a cinematic view with the different controllers, and I will be able to work with it here. On the contrary, default view is standard, and also I can come here and say allow cinematic control and click it here. So now this view won't be able to be controlled by the camera. So this will be my working viewport, and this will be the result, the cinematic viewport. Okay, so I will be able to work here, to work in this one, while I see the result in my cinematic on this other one. Okay, was this understood? One more time, please. Okay, so what I did at the very first is come to layout and select two panels, okay, 2 panes. So left and right. So on the left one, I allow cinematic control, and in perspective, I click it as cinematic viewport. Okay, I can deactivate it, and it will be like this without the controls. And here I can deactivate this one. So what I'm doing here is that it's more or less the same, although I don't have the cinematic viewport that basically is having all these controls. So I have this. If I have this unchecked, I will never get inside the camera view. And then all my controls from these cameras will be the ones that are in this viewport. Okay. Just 1 second, they're coming to help me with the bottle of water. Thank you very much. So let me get a sip of water. So let's continue. So we were talking before about having this in folders, and this was the master scene or sequence-based linear workflow with multi-camera, single camera cuts track. And you see single camera cuts track. So this single camera cuts track, multiple cameras, and one level sequence. So everything here. This is the sequence-based linear workflow. So let's talk about the shot-based nonlinear workflow. On this one here, what I'm going to do is basically, I'm going to come to sequencer. I had the in class, sorry. So right now I'm going to name it, I'm going to duplicate this one actually. Let me duplicate it. And I'm going to call it like shot based. Let's call it like that, shot based. Okay. So I'm going to enter and you will see, let's see what happens here. Oops. That I should have the same thing. Although my MetaHuman right now is a little bit, let's put it here. Okay, great. So we have it here. Everything should be the same, but this one is called shot based. And I'm going to start modifying this. So in the content browser, I'm going to create a new folder and it's going to say shot based. So in here, I'm going to add another folder and it's going to be animation or animations. I'm going to put it like lighting and cameras. Does this say something to you? Maybe it's exactly the same as these folders here. Okay. So here, I'm going to add a level sequence camera as a level level sequence for the animations. So animations. Okay. But I want you to realize that I'm not going to open this one here. What I'm going to do is that I'm going to add a plus truck and I'm going to come here and I'm going to say subsequence truck. Okay. I usually like to add the animation subsequences as yellow. So I double clicked on this color, going to put it there, and I'm going to leave it like this. So right now, I'm going to check, and I'm going to find this one that it comes from Game 04 sequencer in class shot-based animations. Yes. So I'm clicking at it here. Oh, I had it over there. So just let me bring it back. Okay. So right now, what I'm going to do is copy or cut this Seneca. And I'm going to come into animations, double click, and paste it. So I came here, I cut it, I double click this and I pasted it. Of course, always on the 0 frame. If not, it's going to be crazy. Questions?
No, no for now.
No? Perfect.
No.
So now I delete these animations and let's see what happens. Nothing changed. That's great. That's great. So that was our first step to get this shot-based nonlinear workflow. So now we're going to go to lighting because this one's also quite easy. So it's LS lighting. So I'm going to go back here. I'm creating a new subsequence track. And I'm going to put it maybe, well, lighting could be kind of like this, something like kind of a white. And I'm going to add it and I'm going to look for lighting. If I write it, well, that would be better. And lighting. Again, I was not on 0. Be careful with that. Sometimes happens. Yeah, well, I forgot about this. Getting like very bright or very saturated, it's not the best. Like usually we should come here and put it a little bit like that. This is better for reading, and I'm going to do kind of the same thing here. Okay, like that I can read a little bit better. So right now I have this, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to get this lighting thing. I'm going to cut it, double click, tag that I'm on 0, be there, and that's it. Again, I get rid of this folder. Then shot based. This one's a little bit trickier. Okay. So you have 2 ways of doing this. So sometimes I see people that want one only sequence for all the shots, all the shot sequences, sorry. And for example, you can also do only and put all the shot sequences there. So I'll explain myself. So what do we have here? What I'm going to do is I'm going to create shot 1, shot 2, shot 3. Do you remember that we had 3 of those? That like actually shot 1 and 2 were actually the same thing. So I'm coming here and I'm going to put level sequence. And I'm going to call it shot 1, take 1. And this is important. Okay. So shot 1, take 1. And I'm going to call this one, going to create a new one, and I'm going to call it shot 1, take 2. Okay, so when I'm coming here, what I'm going to do right now is that I'm going to create subsequence track. Yes, sorry. Let us 1 second. Someone's coming. Okay, thank you. Sorry for that. So basically, we're coming here and we're creating a new camera cut. Sorry, a new subsequence track. And I'm going to keep it as red. Okay, so I'm coming with the sequence. And you remember what 0, 1, take. So I'm going to take it. Oh, I forgot about the ls. Sorry for that. I will modify it later. So I'm going to come here and I will put shot 0, 1, take 1. So one of the things that I can do, that I can put it here, and now we will see a little bit what we can do now. So right now, I'm going to get the first camera. And remember that I was getting like all of them. I mean, they were like single things, but I'm going to take this one, that it's going to be my 1. And I'm going to enter here and I'm going to copy paste it there. Okay. And now I'm going to open, let's do it like that. I'm going to open the second one. And this one, I'm not going to put it here first. I'm going to open it here, although I would need to cut from here. So just be careful. I'm going to do this slowly. I want to cut this from here. And I will open the second, okay? Take 2. And I will paste it there. Okay? So you can see that I only have this one opened. Why did I do this? I'm going to open the other one again, not this one, the shot based. Going to save everything. So now one of the things that I can do is that when I'm here, I click it here. I'm going to delete all of this. I'm going to put it again. Shot taken, this one here. So what it happens right now is that if I come to the subsequence, I can actually go to takes and move to take 2. I'm going to just put this one again with the LOD 0. Okay. So why this happened? So when you work with the shot based, when you come here and you create cameras and you distribute all your cameras through folders, you have 1 camera per level sequence. Okay. So you can start and create this camera. So basically it's like a container of the parameters of that camera. That's it. That's why for what you're using the level sequence. We only have this camera here. Okay. So what it can happen is that when you go back, if you have named them correctly, like shot 0, 1, take 1, or take 2, and they are in the same folder, you can come here and create and modify. Okay. So you will be able to change the different results depending on the takes you want to get. Okay. This is a little bit complex, but did we have questions regarding this? No? Do you understand it?
A bit lost.
So many questions.
So many questions, yeah. Just repeat, maybe.
Confused on the take 1, take 2.
Yeah.
So you remember that when we were using I'm going to save everything, the master scene, we had these 2 cameras. So when we were here, we could actually decide which camera was it, if it's one or the other. Actually, we got them from here. So you could have many different cameras or takes at the same time, and you decided which one was going to be the active one directly from the camera cut. Okay. Do we understand this part? Or any of you has questions? Let's go step by step. Yes?
Yes.
Yes. Perfect. So this is the final render. This is the final edit. And then we have cameras. And we can have as many cameras as we want. It's just that we will decide which one is active with the camera cut. Okay. So when we come to the other one, the shot based, what it happens is that we have these subsequences and we are getting the ones that we want. But instead of doing it directly on the camera cut, we can do it directly from the takes. And we get these takes because we have organized this on cameras, the different shots and takes. And in the same shot one folder, I have with the same name, only varying the number 1 and 2. So if I started a new one, new level sequence, shot 01, take 3, and I decided to just get like a new approach. Let me just, I'm getting here. And where is the other? Oh, I had it on the other one. But imagine that this is why sometimes why I mentioned you to do possessables. In this case, as I have the take 3, it's already created, although I haven't modified anything. But I could come here to this one there, shot based, and I will have the take 3 there. So my issue is that as I didn't have the animation and my Seneca is possessable, spawnable, I couldn't see it. So I had to load the master in a way in order to be able to see Seneca. Going to do one thing because it comes all the time with LOD -1. So what I'm going to do is key this value into 0. And that will be, I will just don't have to do it again. So right now, I'll go to take 3. You know that this hasn't been set up yet. But right now, I can definitely do this. Oh, if you have this one there and you try to move, this won't work. You need to be on the singular camera, not in the camera cut. In the camera cut, you can never move the camera, okay? So imagine that I do, I don't know, like a little bit more like from here. And I do more like a zoom thing, okay? Like I'm going to work more, the transform is there, and then I'm going to work with the zoom. Let me focus, lens. I'm going to do a little bit. So we have universal zoom, custom. So I don't know, like get a 70. So we can get a little bit like that. And then we will be able to modify this to here and set it up. But well, it's just like an example. So we can modify this. We have this other, but we can basically modify how it works here. Just let me go back 1 second. I will do more like a dolly instead of a zoom. It's there. Let me put a prime, something like this. I will focus there. If not, it's going to be more complicated to set it up. So I'm going to put it here. I'm going to get this one there. I'm going to delete this one. I'll put it here. And then I'm going to dolly there. Okay. Let's put it like that. And let's do it like this. Okay. It's a little bit sensible right now, my mouse, no worries. So I will also key the focus because it's not working properly. Okay. And then I'll go here and I think that can also work. So right now I have this focus. Okay. So what I meant before is that right now we can have several options here. And what we can do is come from one to the other all the time. Okay. Take one, take two, and take three.
One question that is repeating a lot is why using takes?
You could have you could be having different approaches to the camera. I mean, sometimes you are like using like handheld, sometimes you want different variations, and you need to create more cameras for the same moment of the scene. So you can decide which camera are you using with this kind of takes. So right now, if I want to do something else, so for example, I was on the animation, I had this, I have to mute it actually in order for it to work. So this is when it was opening the eyes. Imagine right now that I want to make this bigger. Okay. So I want to make this, and I'm going to put some other animation. Okay. We had some animations for the body and were like torch. So this one here was when it was walking. Let me find where he is right now. Body, Seneca. Let me check. I'm going to remove the control rig, as I mentioned before. I lost him. Probably I put this, just let me go back. Now I'll like explain everything again. I need to bring this bigger and let me get there. Okay, there you go. So one of the things now, I'll explain a little bit more. Basically, what it happened is that my sequence had very few frames, and I had to make it bigger. So one of the things that I wanted, it's like I want to go with another camera. I have my animation here. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create a new camera, okay, for the shot too. So I'm going to come here. I'm going to go to the content browser. I'll go to cameras and I can start generating another shot. So one of the things why we mentioned that doing a storyboard is very important is because you really know what you want to do. So here I can create another cinematic level sequence. I'll call it, I remember now to put LS 0.4, take 1. And if I don't need to do a take 2, maybe I don't use it, but it's always like a good thing to do that and to do it like that, because in case you need it, you need to know that you have it there and you can use it. So right now, what I'm going to do is that I come back to sequencer and the shot based, and I will be able, right now I know that my animation, my new animations start here. So let me go back here. And I will bring subsequence and it says shot 4. Okay. This is in class shot based cameras and it's here. So I will start with this camera from here. So I will enter and I will create it. So when I am here, I can possess it and I can create and start creating this one there. And I can key it. So whenever we're moving, so here he starts moving, I can key it again. And then I can go there and walk a little bit with him. So now I go back, I play it like this. And I have this one. So when I go back, I could actually put this all the way there. I'm going to double check again with my camera cuts. So my camera cuts, I have this shot 01, take 3. I'm going to put take 1, that is the one that we started doing. And then I'm going to get it here, shot 1, take 1 there. And when I get here, I'm going to get on the 150. I'm going to get this one there. Okay. So let me just come here. And we're there. It's still, I mean, it's till 300. I'm doing shots of 150. So 150 frames. So basically, this is a little bit one of the approaches. This is a little bit more complex, but it's more organized. Okay. So basically, let's do a review of everything.
Yeah, there is a lot of confusion between
About what exactly?
Between folders, subsequence, camera, and takes.
Okay, so a camera basically is the camera with its properties. So if we use it with this shot-based nonlinear workflow, what we are going to try to do is isolate a camera inside a level sequence, and the level sequence, that level sequence will only have that camera. Okay, so when I come here, this level sequence only has this camera, and that's it. That's why it's called shot-based nonlinear. Okay, so basically you have one camera, one level sequence. The rest of the things are in other level sequences. Okay, so you could go and do like a long take with this camera as long as you want. The point is that finally you will cut it as as you need it. Okay, so this is, I mean, you can do the other thing with the sequence-based linear workflow. The point is that on the other one, it's only one level sequence, and you know what? That if you work with other people and they check out that level sequence, you won't be able to work. So right now, we could have the animation team working on this level sequence. Then you could have the lighting and set dressing team working on the lighting level sequence or the set dressing level sequence. And then you could have a camera team and the filmmaker working on these shots. And even like you could go shot by shot, like modifying slight things or camera loops, and then you could maybe be on any other part of the cinematic and creating more shots. So this is like set up in a way that there are like so many level sequences at the same time that everybody can work without interrupting each other. So this is like level sequences are more like not only the timeline editor, in a way they are containers in order to collaborate and to organize things. Okay. This is extremely necessary for teamwork, as I read here. And if it's only you, you could work only in one level sequence, although if by any chance it gets corrupted, everything is there. But this, in a way, is everything is like set up in like small containers, and you can do it like that. So finally, you get here, and I don't know why it's getting this all the time. But anyway, thumbnails, refresh. Okay. It gets like, it's getting like a little bit of.
So then,
there. So more questions, let's see.
Once you have the subsequences, what about takes? What are the takes?
So the takes are the same camera. So when you are, I mean, let's try to find this in the real world. You go and I'm like, you and I, it's a camera, we're talking. and like take one. And it's like that, and then I get a mistake, I fail, so then it's like, okay, take two, and then we do the next one. So we can have several takes, and sometimes it's because the actors can, I mean, do mistakes, but some other times it's because the camera or the DOP or the director wants a different approach, and that can happen also in virtual cinematics. So you can do, and this is a little bit when I did different ones, that I like this one, but I also like this one. Which one do I want to do? Do both, and you will always have time to decide which one do you want to get. So you can use this. So for the same shot, you can do different takes, and you can decide afterwards which one you're going to use. Okay. Maybe not this one. Oops. I can get this one there. Or I can get this one here. So finally, I go through this one, and then I get this one here. So why do I segmentate so much shots and not so much animations? So animations you can actually do the same thing, and you will decide where to cut. Although in my case, I many times see animations as the real life, as things should be happening. So I like everything to be working together as it should be. So I want things like to feel that when I'm here, I'm watching, like when I'm not in the cinematic viewport, when I'm here, it's like I'm there watching everything in real time, you know, like things should be happening at the same time. So then it's just like getting the cameras in order to see what it's already happening. So for me, animations many times should just like be there and work totally fine. In case your animations, I mean, in case you're doing a lot of animations, you can decide to chunk them in different level sequences for organization purposes. Another thing that can happen is that for example, if I divide this element and I create two Senecas with one animation each, I could move this animation only moving a level sequence. So if I had here two animation sequences instead of one Seneca and having all in one, I could move the animation sequences from one to the other. That actually it's kind of the same as doing this and moving it here, okay? Although I would have two meta-humans instead of one. Here I'm putting both animations in the same meta-human, okay? I know it can be a little bit tricky sometimes, but I'm just here to try to answer all your questions. So I really want to, I want you to understand this, and then we have the rig rails, the cranes, and other things that are cool, but this is what it really needs to be understood. So why does he have a cut in the camera cut track? So I have a cut in the camera cut track, just like saying the same thing, okay? So I could actually, let's see, I could actually decide, oh, that was funny. In this situation, I could actually remove the camera cut tracks here, and you see that it actually is the same. But if I do that, I'm going to save, but if I do that here in the master scene, and I remove this, I'm going to do the same thing with the LOD here. It's just that it's getting a little bit annoying to just set it up there. Okay. Oops. I had a crash. Just 1 second. I have everything saved. Time for a zip. So I'm coming back. I had it here. So you can change in blueprint for yeah, you can always go for the blueprint and it will be like everywhere you place it. In this situation, if it would be possessable, it will stick. Okay, it will but as it's spawnable, and I was doing it there, I was not keying it, so it returns by default. So this is a little bit what was happening, what is happening to me. So I'm opening this. I'm going to find the LOD sync. I'm going to put it as 0, and then I'm going to put it there. So now I should have it. Oh,
It's crashing.
I found a little bug. So probably you don't want to do that if you don't want your engine to get into crash. So many times, this is a tip. Many times Unreal Engine crashes through in sequencer because you're changing things that are not saved. So it doesn't know how to write it, and then it crashes. It's like a recovery of like a non-destructible thing. It's like, because if not, it will just like enter in a loop, and it will be like that. So in this case, let me check. I would come here. So what I would be able to do is, one last time I'm going to try it. It's just like I really kind of need it. So it's there. I saved it. I'm here. I put 0. And now I save. So if you have this kind of issues, sometimes it's just a matter that you're modifying something that it's not saved and it's trying to get there and it doesn't find it, and then it gets crashed. So it crashes. So basically, it needs to be refreshed. Thumbnail, refresh. Thumbnail, refresh. Thumbnail, refresh. Okay. So I have it with the hair now. So where was I? So basically what I have here is that if I remove this, I have nothing. It doesn't, Unreal doesn't know which one am I using from the 2 different ones that I have here. Right now, if it's here, Unreal Engine knows it because this is being predominant. Okay. So the only moment where I would need a camera cut here, if it's by any chance I got here like level sequence 0, 3 as an example. And now Unreal Engine, it's getting into conflict. I mean, just come here. Well, now it's not getting into conflict, but it could get into conflict. And why? Because I have a camera cut here and I have a camera cut here. So right now it's getting, maybe now it's fixed, but before it could say, I don't know which one I'm getting. So this could happen, okay? So maybe if well, now it's doing like a blending that it actually, it's not good. But basically it's getting the first one, okay? But this is why here we don't need camera cuts. And if you have any issue, maybe it's because you have 2 camera cuts at the same time. As we already have camera cuts inside this. Okay. You see, like we have here, I'm getting number 3. And it's like, why? I want to get number 1. So this would be, you should say, I want to get number 1. So it would be this one. And now I get that. So in case you see that something is not behaving as expected, that might be because you have other camera cuts in sublevels and you really need to tell the engine, I want this one and not the others, okay? But if I don't have take number 3 and there is only one camera cut by default, it's always going to get the correct one. Okay.
I think they are getting it now. Is there any slide in the presentation about this showing the hierarchy or something like that? They were asking for something like that.
Well, we have a few. So you can see here film level sequence shot. So you can have it like AB 10 0 1. So this would be a little bit what I just said. Like AB would be the sequence. Then you have shot 10, shot 20, and then you have 0 1 as take 0 2. So this is a bit how it can work. We went through this here. We can see the different how it works. So actually, this is a little bit like an example. This is the one from the project. So this is the one that you already have. Okay. So it's the one that I was opening before. And here, what I was mentioning, it's that you can have it only one, but you can have nested ones. Okay. So this is something that we can do. So we could have, for example, you remember what I was saying here about animations? We could get this one there. I'm going to just do the same. I'm going to copy here. I'm going to come here to animations. I'm going to rename this one as 0 1. And then, well, I'm just going to duplicate it. It would be easier. So now I have the same. I'm going to delete this animation here. So now I only have the first one. And then if I go to the second one, and here it's an important thing for you to know. You remember when it happened. This was on the frame 150. And why was it on the frame 150? Because we only had one frame. We only had one frame. Oh, sorry, we only had one animation, one level sequence. But right now, what I'm going to do, and this is a different thing, is that I'm going to put my second level sequence for animation where I actually want it on the frame 150. And this means that if I put my my second level sequence for animation on the 150, the 0 will be the 150. So I will remove this and I will put it here. So right now, if I come back here, just like if I come back to the shot based, I will have this animation with the 0 1, and I have only this. I have that one missing, but I'm going to nest it. So I'm going to remove this 0 1. I'm going to go to animations and I'm going to generate a new one that it's called LS animations. And I'm going to nest the first and the second inside this one. Okay. I'm going to add the subsequence track. I'm going to put animations 1 here. Right now, you need to remember that I have this one there and this one here. So I have the eyes here and this one here. So I'm going to like increase this. I'm going to talk afterwards about the green and the red thing. Just like I want these concepts to be clear. So right now I have animation 1 and animation 2 inside here, but not in my shot base, not in my master sequence. So I'm going to come here, I'm going to go to the shot based, and I'm going to add the animations. So I'm going to put this one there, and you can see that right now it's exactly the same thing. So what you have here on this is basically what I just did. You have one level, one subsequence that basically when you open it, it's a stack of more subsequences. Okay, so I can here, and I get this. And here is where I get this. Okay, I know it's a little bit of a matryoshka, many layers, but the point is that you need to know that subsequences can be for isolating cameras, can be for stacking animations, can be for like chunking different elements, and definitely can be for organizing things. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Thanks very much, Rosca. Then you do the box inside another box. Exactly. So this is a little bit the working with level sequence and the, I would say, shot-based nonlinear workflow animation. Okay, so remember this. And you can consider subsequent tracks for lights, for sounds, for effects, for animation, for cameras, etc. So are we getting it right
Yes,
now?
I think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
perfect. So one of the things that it's important is that you can see here that like when things start and end. So every level sequence has these green and red line here. Okay. So now I'm on my master. I'm on the beginning of it. And you can see that I have a few that go beyond and one that it's doing something the other way around. Like, why is this darkened? I mean, it's not grayed out, it's like darkened. And this one is darkened, but it happens because of something else. So this one means that my animation is bigger. So if I come here, this animation is bigger. So I can come here and I can go to the very end of my animation. But you see that now I have this red with this kind of lined thing or pattern. Same thing for the one that it's on the left. So pay attention to this because it's very important. So now the green one, you can see it here. It's kind of like intense, but this one has a little bit grayed out or darkened. And now this one is more like intensive. It has a bigger intensity. So if I go up, I see that if I go here to my 160, like 0621, and I double click, I'm here. Okay, I'm exactly where I have this one there. Okay, so this one here with the pattern actually represents the end of the like the parent. Okay, like the upper, not the fine like the top, but the layer before the parent exactly. Okay, so I could actually go beyond and I would see two different colors. So this means that it's not going to be seen, although it has content. If I click here, it's this part here. It has content, but it's not going to be seen. And if I expand it even more, it just says, okay, expand it as much as you want, but it has no content. So content unseen, content not seen, not seen, not content, no content. Yeah.
I think yes.
So if I go up, this would be content not seen. This means what? Who would tell me? Who wants to tell me what this means? No content.
No content.
Very, very great. This is amazing. Love the team. Exactly. No content. And this happens because my red is beyond there. So I would need to know that I need to stretch this still here if I really want to keep this length. So I'm coming with my camera and doing this, I'm getting here. And now what I would like to do is to, where's my camera? I'm moving it a little bit. And I want to go a little bit beyond, and I want to transform it. So you see, there is content now, but it's not going to be seen because I need to expand this here. So although you have content, if you cut it, it's like if you didn't have content. And now there you go. So pay attention to these colors because they are very relevant. Okay. Yep.
Is there a way to snap those green and red lines to the end of the content?
To the end of the content. So
yeah.
Yes and no. So you can, there are several options. You'll see, I mean, it's kind of a practice learning method. So you're here, for example, lighting. I just modified this light and it can go till forever. Okay. When you have one, although that it's not a constant, it just like keeps there because it has nothing to blend with. So basically we push this infinitely. So we have this part and you will see that I have this. I've extended this, but I still have this. So there are several options. So if you know this point, I know this is 150, but imagine I wanted to be there and this is 347. Okay. And this is one thing that I love. Every time that you are in your master and you go down, you see what happens. It keeps the timeline where it was before. So right now, if you go there and you can say set playback end to the current position, right bracket. So that end goes to the timeline position. Yep. Okay. So the thing, sometimes I just like mention thing and I really don't
yes.
realize. I'll try to do it. So basically, these are the brackets. These are like the previous brackets. So the point is that, for example, you can see it here, the playback end. So these brackets, let's call them playback end and start. Okay. This is like the proper timeline frame that we're at. Okay. So this is the timeline, the active timeline frame. Usually I call it the timeline, although this is also the timeline. And then these are like the brackets, but could be like the playback and start and end. So actually when you click play, it goes till the playback and start. If you loop them, for example, it will start. And it will end and start again. Okay, so this is like the playback. This is why it's called like that. And then exactly, so it's the different like playback ends and starts and end, and these are like the brackets itself. Okay, so we have like when we come inside. So for example, if we do this and we go down, we will see the other ones, like the different brackets and so on. So more questions related to this before we just move on?
No, not really for now. They are not we don't gonna move it backwards. I think we will have a class for rendering.
Well, this is more in the Q&A. But one of the things that you can do, and it's quite handy many times, It's called I think something that is called the time dilation track. So you can actually generate animation and do everything, but then here you have the time dilation. I've never done it backwards, so I really don't know. That's the truth. But for example, if you see this, more or less we know the speed of this. So let me set this over there. Let me set the time dilation here. It's 1. And then we can set this as 0.2. Okay. Probably it's generating, it's trying to blend them. So I'm going to make that constant so that it just goes, you remember, if we come here and click constant, basically it will go at the same at the standard speed, and then it would directly modify the speed. If it was the other way around, we'll try to just blend one with the other. And from there, it would be 0.2. So if I come here and I just put it there, this would be standard. And then this would be really, really slow. Okay, because it's generating 5 frames per frame. That would be like 0.2 will be like dividing 1 divided by 0.2. So it's going 5 times slower. Okay. So as you can imagine, if I put this for 5, it doesn't mean that it goes 5 times slower. Do you know what this would do? Anyone? Any brave and smart person? Faster. Thank you.
Go fast.
So exactly, it will go way faster. Okay. So I'm going to save everything, and I actually would like to see if this is even possible. So
how far can we go to do super slow motion?
-1 is just the same thing, so it doesn't work as a minus. Okay. I'm going to stop it. How far can we go? I guess pretty far. I mean, I don't think that I'm going to remove this because I don't want it. I never found a stop. I mean, it's just like whenever you render, you just need to know that it's going to render all those frames. That's why it's 4. So usually, although it says that it's going to render 5 frames, basically, if you have 0.2 of time delay, it will render 25. Okay, so that's pretty, that's a good thing, basically, because you need those frames. If not, it will be very. I mean, it wouldn't be rendering a slow mo. So yeah. Any more things?
What about frame rates?
Frame rates, you have them here. Okay, so you can set like standard frame rates or custom one. But okay, so incompatible rates, try using all of these. And then you can use some custom. So by default, whenever you modify them, I mean, you can actually, you could even like put level sequences with different frames inside one of each other. For example, I could set this to 24, but it will tell me like there is a mismatch. It's at 30, just for you to know, and so on. Okay. So the point is that whenever you go up and you modify the 24, the rest of that are inside get 24. And if you modify back to 30, all of them are in 30. The issue is more like when you have one in 30 and you inside you modify it, okay, or the other way around. But if you do only on the one that it's up, it's going to modify all of the subsequences. More questions.
That's a good one. We saw the path splines for the location in the sequencer, but what about the speed splines?
Speed, like for the time
animation.
delay?
Yeah, for the animation of the object.
Oh, I mean, speed lines. So for example, if we have, let me open the other one. Let's see if I understand what you were mentioning before. It was here. The speed, it's not inside the 3D. Basically, the speed, it's the axis of the frames. So when we are here, for example, we open this. Let me put it like this. Let's see if I understand what you mean. But basically, we have the location, and these are the frames. Okay. So this is going to be the speed. One of the things that we can do, and I also recommend, is that this is, for example, toggle time snapping and also like value snapping. So for example, here, you can see that we have the different frames. So if I get this element here and I remove the time snapping, I can move this wherever I want. But usually it's really great to keep the snapping because this will help you working with it, okay? You see that I cannot go in the middle and it just like goes to the frames that I have here. So this is the time snapping. If we would go with the value snapping, we could have it here. So for now, I don't have any value snapping. It's free, but if I use the value snapping, it would go boom, 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 like with that grid, okay? Is this what we're talking about? Basically, the speed is how fast these curves move along all of this. There's one thing that we could do, and it's actually like transform all of this at the same time. Like a free form. Okay, oops. Okay, so we could modify this and do like that and move. So we can do many things like that and play with it. Okay, so this is like the different modes. Okay. So if you, yeah, I mean, if you want to speed only one part, just get the keys, get this freeform and just like, I mean, scale it. Scale center, scale wow, linear, cubic. So you just have everything here, the tool options. And reverse the animation. Well, probably you can, I've never done it, but let's see. There you go. It works. Oops. Okay, so any more questions related to this?
I think they were asking about transitions in between shots, but I don't know if you're gonna see that.
Like fades?
Yeah.
I mean, fades, you can do fades. Actually, let me come here and open the one that we have. You had fades here. Actually, these here right now we have a fade. Okay, you see? Fade. Fades are simple. It's just plus track, fade track, and you control the value from 1, it's the opacity from 1 to 0. And that's it. Okay. So let's move on. We still have some things to see. We've done all of these fades to color. You can modify the color and so on. Actually, like you have different properties. Working with a single monitor. We saw this with the in the introduction to Unreal Engine. Basically, the layout, you have it here in the window, and you can start working and saving. So you can load, you can save. And for example, working with a single monitor, we can see here a setting. Okay, so you have the sequence, you have the cinematic viewport, you have the working viewport. You could have a tape recorder if you actually needed it, and then details and outliner. Single monitor for more like for like setting, like where, I mean, this one is not, this one has tape recorder, this one doesn't. Working with two monitors or ultra wide, this is usually fun when you have, I mean, this would be more like working, world building, and then you have all of this for animation, timeline, and all of that. So basically, you can set all of that. You can save it, and then you can load it and or modify it and save it again. So we've been watching all of this. Let's go one thing that we didn't see. So when we are working here, let me open this again. One of the things that could happen, levels, is that we have many different levels here, okay? So if I just come here, we see this, that it's actually in the architecture level, okay? So one of the things that I could do is that I could come here to plus truck, and I could go to level visibility truck, and I get this, okay? So here you have two options, visible and hidden. So I'm going to put a hidden truck, and I'm going to bring this level and put it in here. So you can see that I have the world building arc directly hidden. So I'm not going to see it. Actually, I could put it here, and I could just now, like this hidden, I will be able to put here a different one, and I can bring, for example, the characters. So I can bring here the characters that are here. We can see them there. And then I hide the characters, but I don't hide the architecture. So we can work with level visibility directly here, okay? So actually I don't need, in order to do this, I don't need the visibility track. I only need the hidden track. One important thing that you need to know is that whenever you're going to render, everything that has, every level that has this little dot won't load. And this is, I say it with capital letters, you know, like this is important. Every single level that has this dot won't load. So whenever you hit play, everything will be dark, because these levels are not there, okay? So how can I modify this? I can come here, right click, and then I'll go to change streaming method, and I can see blueprint versus always loaded. So blueprint means that I can control the visibility of my levels from blueprints. But you know what? We haven't entered blueprints yet. So I'm going to hit always loaded. Visible, okay. Perfect. So right now you see we don't have any dot over here. So when we play, they will be there. You see? I cannot see the architecture because of that. But if I had it as before, blueprint, hit play, I see nothing. Actually, these ones are not loaded. And this is a very important thing. This is like 30% of the times at the very beginning, or like usually like 75% of the questions that are, my render is black. This is what happens, okay? So please just come here and hit always loaded. Okay, good. More things. Plugins. There are like so many. Okay, this is LiveLink for control rig, for end display, for curve debug, media framework. For example, this is for Blackmagic, for IaaS, multi-user, end display for ICVFX, open color for color spaces, lens, OpenCV for lens distortion, playlist, remote control for web remote, remote sessions. Like you have, I mean, you want to plug in, you name it. Simon synchronizer. This is really important for working with green screens and ICVFX. Templates. Well, you can set templates. This is, I mean, sometimes you see here at master sequence now. You saw that they just changed it in 5.2. It's a level sequence with shots. So it's like if you know, you can see here. You know the direct shots, the camera cuts, the skeletal meshes, the different tracks, subsequences, etc. We've seen this the sequencer curves editor. You can see that when you're freeform, you can actually move it like that. Take recorder. We'll have a class for this. It's the 11th class. So basically we'll start talking more about it there. Basically, for example, I would start with lifelink face. And with the lifelink face, I will be able to move my face and put it into the MetaHuman. But we need to save that. We need to save that. And if we don't use the tape recorder, it's not saved. Okay. Same thing. Virtual camera, same thing. Android. For those who don't have iPhone and iOS, sadly, there is no lifelink face application for Android, but you can use virtual camera. And I used it once and it worked pretty well. That it's this application. Okay. So we've seen a little bit of this. This is like so there are two kind of cameras, like standard cameras and cine cameras. So cinematic cine cameras are standard cameras, but try to work as a real camera. Okay, they have film back, they have lens, they have focus, they have tracking, and this is a little bit what we were working with before. So you can use f-stops, local length, manual focus. We will talk about exposure and manual exposure from the camera during the lighting class. So don't worry too much about that. And actually, we will go and use the auto exposure a little bit, like the f-stops, and the in order to control the exposition. Add cameras, create camera cuts, set camera bindings, and create keyframes. We've been not doing all of this. And then movies in scene capture. So we have this, we have the tips, but before this, I want to show you the rig rails and the camera frames. Okay,
David, what
Yeah.
was the alternative to lifelink for Android?
It's called by Owl. Just let me check. Let me look for it. I don't know if by the oh, it's this one here. Virtual app, virtual plugin. Apparently, it's called. Here you have it. Okay. It works for 5.2. So I'll leave it. I'll put the comment. I'll put it as a comment here. Not for facial capture. Actually, facial capture, I think it could use LiDAR. I think it works a little bit with that. And that's why you needed like think from the iPhone X beyond, you know. But this is for the camera. It uses AR core from Google. So yeah. So let's see. Let's go to the camera rigs. So one of the things we're going to do, I think I'm going to just create a new one, and I'll leave this one here. So I'll get into a cinematic LS rail frame. Okay. So I'm going to create a new one. Let's not mess too much with the other one. Okay. Well, I can leave it like this. So one of the things that we can find here and are quite interesting are, let me see if I can find them here, cinematic. If we go to place actors and then we go to cinematic, we will find one of the things that say that it's called the rig crane and the rig rail. Oh, and before, if there are, if we can find a moment after answering the questions, I'll show you a little bit about the camera shake, okay? Just to add a little bit of camera shake options into your world. So I'm going to place here a rig crane, and I'm going to place a rig rail, okay? So let's put one only layout. I think it's going to be better for now. And maybe we can put it up. So one of the things that we have here is that whenever you put a rail or a crane, basically you would understand that you need it with a camera. So they don't come with a camera, okay? So you just need to add it. So we can come and create camera here. I'm going to put Cine Camera Actor. And usually, as you know, by default, it comes where I was looking to. So one point that it comes is that I have here the transform. So you'll see what happens. So when I come, let's start with the crane. When I come here, one of the things that I would like to do is to attach it here, okay? So there are two ways of attaching it. I can come to the cinema camera. I'm going to name it crane, okay, just to differentiate it. And I can put it inside the crane, boom, okay? Anytime that you want to put one thing inside the other, please double check that their mobility is the same way as the parent, or I mean, the one that is going to be attached. In this case, we don't have a mobility option, but sometimes it happens and it says like, you're gonna put it on a static, or when you try to put one side the other, it just tells you, I mean, one actor is movable and the other is static, so you won't be able to. So right now we've attached it, and let's see what happens. I'll get the rig crane, and I'll say length, and I will be able to move the length. And it's like, wow, but this is not what I wanted to happen. So just for your knowledge, usually what we need to do is to reset the rotation and the location. So when we do that, basically we get it there, okay? So the component actually, when it has the pitch control, like these elements here, the crane camera mount is here. So whenever we select the camera, the pivot goes there, okay? So it's already prepared to go there, okay? So let's go to the crane and let's see what happens right now. So we can control the length. You see that all these values, you know what this icon is for. All these values can be keyed, okay? And then we can do crane jaw. And this is interesting because you see what happens when you jaw. It's always looking to the same place. So the rotation of this element, it's not changing, okay? So it's not inheriting this. So it's moving, but it's not rotating anything. It's not rotating the camera. For that, we need to put the pitch. Oh, sorry, the jaw. So we need to lock mount the jaw. So right now, when we move it, it's rotating with this. So let me see it. You see, if we click like that, it won't change. So just for you to know. Same thing will happen with the crane pitch. Okay. If we click pitch, and then if we move the jaw, and we click the jaw, oh, that was too much. I put it inside. So we will see how this moves. Okay, so this is keyable. Just for your knowledge, everything here is keyable. Okay. And another thing you can always do is that imagine that I want to get this one there. I would be able to get I would be able to get the camera, go to the look at track settings. Important, I need to enable the look at track. And then I'll be able to just pick the actor from here. Okay. So I'm receiving Julie is coming here today. So let me just 1 second. Julie Lottering is the director of education. Okay. So let me give her access here and she will come here to say you hi. And then we can close the last part of this. Okay. So just 1 second, and just let me know, or just use the time if you want to answer any kind of questions or anything like that.
Okay.
So
yeah, I'm just reading here some questions.
time just went out of me.
Yeah.
Is there like I can
No, it's just
keep answering. If
we
there's
are
anything.
here. Just to attach the camera to the crane, just drag and drop it in the outliner.
Yeah,
and then
exactly.
reset all the transform, like location and rotation to 0, 0, 0. That should work.
Yes.
I don't understand. Can we follow an object?
Yeah, definitely.
But with the camera in the crane.
With the that's exactly what I was doing.
Oh,
Just,
cool.
just one
Yeah.
1 second.
So we will show it now.
Exactly. Sorry.
Leta, I see that your animation is not playing. You can just click the camera that it's in the camera cut line. So if you click that camera, you are gonna lock the camera, and if you press play, it should play the animation.
Just 1 second.
Okay, cool.
So let's check if she comes. I had to give her access. So basically, we're going to do this small break here. Let's see if we can find her there. And we can solve the last questions afterwards. Like there is like this was like the last part. So Julie, here she is. Let's see. There you go. Hi, Julie.
Hello. Hang on, let me just get my camera on. Oh, do you mind? Oh, you're sharing your screen. I think I can only start my camera.
I'll just stop sharing my screen.
Okay, let's give this a shot. You may have to enable the camera sharing, but otherwise I can give you guys my lovely morning voice. You're getting my first words of the day.
But aren't you just let me sorry. You should,
Oh.
you're as a panelist here, so you should be able to just try again if you can, please.
Okay, let me try one more time. You cannot start your video because the host has stopped it. Maybe
Sorry, what?
I
What?
think if you click on my photo, you might be able to allow me to share
I'll
video.
make you a co-host and probably you can do many things like that. And now, yeah, there you go.
Yes.
Perfect. That was easier.
Win.
I
Hello, gosh, thank you so much for letting me interrupt the last part of your class, and hello to everybody who's following along. I'm going to start to share my screen and just
Perfect.
take a couple of moments to say hello. Okay, here we
Great.
go. Boop, boop, boop. And I'm going to optimize for video in case we have it here. Okay. Awesome. All right. For those of you who don't know me, hello. My name is Julie Lottering. I'm the Director of Education for Epic Games and Unreal Engine. And, you know, I wanted to tell you this story, which is where I come from. So when we immigrated to Canada from South Africa, my parents were artists there and they became art teachers in Canada. And we always had so many people immigrating that didn't speak the language. And in their art classes, I could see them come alive. And my parents would invite them to start to tell their story with images and pictures. And it was very clear to me that art was a language and how empowering it was when art can be a language. Because you had people who could start to show their personalities, even if they couldn't make a joke in English, they could start to show a sense of humor or thoughtfulness. And it's always stayed with me how empowering art can be. And in graphics and in technology, we don't always think of it as an art in terms of fine art, but we call ourselves artists. And, you know, we are doing exactly what technology means. If anyone has ever looked into the word, I know this is a bit nerdy, but into the word technology, it means systematic craft. And I think about the systematic craft, like this idea that we are furthering what we do and how do we move the craft forward. And why I link this to art as a language is that when we think about the moments that mean something to humans, like when something big happens in their lives, when someone passes away, what do they turn to? No one stands up at a memorial and tells a logical tale about the person, right? They tell a story, they read a poem, they play a piece of music that someone loved. And so we can see, what do we do from this craft, not just from a innovation perspective, but from telling the human story and furthering the craft that way. And so my journey started in this family of artists, but always on the nexus with art history as well as neuroaesthetics. That was my graduate work. So what happens in the brain when you see something beautiful? And then moved into the science of learning, like how do we actually prove that the things that we are doing with students or with talented individuals is actually making the impact? To global education, like how does that happen around the world? And then for several years, I was working at Side Effects, starting their education team for VFX and procedural content generation. And then the last 2 or so years has been on real time and the metaverse. And the Epic ecosystem, you guys might know, so I'm not going to go into the details here, but what I want to remind everyone of is that we carry two different points of view, two perspectives all at the same time. We are making games, so we carry the perspective of the player, and then we are also making tools, so we carry the perspective of the artist and the creator. And it's between these two things that make us such a company that I would say is very unique, but also listening in a particular way. So I'm going to come back to that listening and what we can do together in a moment. So it's pretty crazy that as a single artist, you can visualize using the Epic ecosystem and bring your own movie to life. Like we find that this is one of the biggest differences, is that someone might have been working in a studio in a department with 500 artists, and they are building a Gothic cathedral in terms of time. It takes so many hands to make something happen. And, you know, we say that rendering is like if you are an artist and you are waiting for your renders to go through and you're waiting, 24 hours, maybe even more, that is like learning to play the piano and only being able to play one key every 24 hours. So the creative process changes when you have real time, and you guys are seeing that. And after this first week, I hope you are starting to feel that. And so the education side of Epic is really this bridge between new talent and industry growth. So we're trying to say, hey, we know that the industry is interested in this. My job exists because the industry needs more artists. How do we make sure that we can share knowledge and empower new learners? So I want to remind everyone, you probably have experience in the industry already, and learning can be hard if you've already been doing the job for a long time, but you also have more experience to bring to it. Something I reflect on is, what is the difference between a million versus a billion? If you think in terms of seconds, a million is something like 11 months, and a billion is 30 years. So, you might be at the sweet spot of being a billionaire in terms of experience, life experience, but also a billionaire in terms of the investments you make now and the time you have to give to them. So it's not too late. Like, now is a great time. One, because of this like sweet spot between the experience you have and the experience you can gain if you invest in your real-time skills now, as well as where the industry is, which is a really even playing ground between a lot of people in film and media entertainment and games, always looking for new techniques. So now is a great time, and this is a building block. So you'll see the first week you were getting your feet wet, and I encourage you to stay with it. The next 3 weeks are going to get progressively more difficult, and that should be exciting. And it's not a silver bullet. Doing this live is a unique experience. There's not too many programs where you can do a boot camp with other people spanning across different countries, but it is a building block. And it's a building block technically and with the people you meet. So I invite you to think about the others you are meeting, and that this can be a way that you are able to build worlds together and build worlds that people want to spend time in, right? So make friends with your cohort, make friends with your mentors and TAs, answer some extra questions, and think about what you guys are going to be doing together for a generation of creators. So we're counting on you to inspire techniques because you have that experience already, and you can share that from different viewpoints and learn from one another. We're counting on you to contribute to the industry. Bring this knowledge to your teams or to other companies, show them what's possible. And we're counting on you to be inclusive and collaborative. Like, this is an amazing way to work across languages and cultures. And like I said, I immigrated to Canada, spent a lot of time with different immigrants coming here. I've lived across the world. There's an enrichment piece here that's available to everybody. So now I'm going to quickly talk to you about what's new at our doorstep, and some of you may have heard of it. I'm going to talk over this video as it plays just to make the most of our time, which is Unreal Editor for Fortnite. And Unreal Editor for Fortnite is like our new toy. We're so excited about it. It's still early days. Like, we want to kind of show this to the world to start to play with it, show us what they want to do. And it's basically saying, hey, Fortnite Creative was really successful. We started to see that 40% of players' time was being spent in Fortnite Creative. So how can we add to those tools in order for them to continue to empower people with a bit more capability? So these tools, let me talk you through them. We have Fortnite Creative, which is really, if you're going to think about each of these tools, where you make them, like where you're making something on console or PC, and the libraries you want available to you are really going to be the defining factors. So on Fortnite Creative, you have a console that you're really going to be used to make. You can still make it on PC, but a lot of people are using console for that. There are props and galleries and devices, so basically grab and go things that you can use to make your game. And those are the libraries that you have available to you. And really, you're not even pressing a button to wait and see what happens. It's immediate. With UE, you guys know, you're using a PC to make this. You've got Reality Scan, Quixel, MetaHuman, Sketchfab. You're probably using Blueprints. You've got Nanite and Lumen, and really tools made for high capability, right? Like incredible tools, a lot of capability from these. UEFN is a little bit of the middle between these. So you are using console and PC if you're doing live edit. You have access to the Fortnite assets and libraries, as well as Reality Scan and Fab, which is going to be what Sketchfab becomes. And then you've got some of the UE tools with Niagara and Sequencer. Now, the amazing part here is the multiplayer component. So you are publishing to console, which is a huge benefit for UEFN, and you've got this multiplayer experience. So we see that even film studios like Braun are turning to UEFN. So here's an example where there was a animation that's coming out. So they're like, hey, in advance of the animation, it would be really cool if we can start to tease some things and get some engagement. So with Gossamer, they took their assets that were modeled in Maya, brought it into UE to change some of the LODs and give them more flexibility with those assets. Then they brought them into Fortnite Creative, UEFN, where they have this. And then the last part that's really cool is they said, well, it's great that we have these assets and we are keeping the keys to the kingdom, but we really want to make it so that other people can build with us. And so with Gossamer, then they created a library of these assets on Fab, which now anyone who sees the film can go and say, hey, I want to add to this world, or I want to build my own version for it. I mean, we tell these stories with characters we love, and the people who love them want to spend more time with them. They want to be part of building those worlds. So UEFN really means a couple of things. It means that you can customize assets with UE and your knowledge of UE, quickly iterate on gameplay, publish to console, reach a massive audience, and I'm going to get to that one in a second, and earn some money. So there's revenue sharing that is part of UEFN. And we see here that the top 5, 13, 43, 100 creators are doing pretty well. Even if they were working at a studio, they might want to start their own studio now, or they might want to freelance in this way. It's really something that is pretty exceptional. So what is next? I'm going to be checking in on the showcase, and I can't wait to see the work that you guys produce. And I'm very close contact with David, UT Hub, the other partners. And after this, I'd love it if you add me to LinkedIn, or if you post your work to tag me so I can follow along and see what you're up to. So if you can share, I mean, this is what I would love. Like, this is a free program, and if you're looking for a way to give back, sharing your insights and workflows on LinkedIn or the Developer Community Hub, helping us create some learning material, that's always something that is valuable. Think what you wish, if there's any part you wish you knew or would have helped you, share that with a group here, and then also share that on social media. And then let us know if you'd ever want to be a speaker or spotlight any of the work that you might have after this. And of course, keep learning. So on unrealengine.com, there's tons of content that you can find on our Developer Community Hub. It's almost an embarrassment of riches. There's so much. So check it out, add to that knowledge, and stay with this program. I'm so excited to see what you guys produce. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Yuli. Well, I was mentioning here, like, thank you so much for making all the bootcamp and all these trainings possible. As I've mentioned, all of you, she is the main promoter of the bootcamps, and we thank you so much for that. And hopefully, well, everybody is thanking you here. I think you have access to this sport, but anyway, I just wanted to let you know. And also, how inspirational are your talks? Was like, you already know that I mentioned this a lot, but it's honestly is very true. And I love that notebook of yours from a few years ago that you show there. I mean, really, really inspirational. And people like UEFN, it's amazing. I love working with it. I would love to work with it more, but I don't have more time than what I actually use for this. But it's amazing. So try it and really worth it.
I know
you
we're
so
keeping
much.
you pretty busy. Thank you so much and good luck with this week. Okay, we'll talk soon. Bye.
Thank you very much, Julie.
Thank
Bye.
you, Judy. Bye.
Well, hopefully you enjoyed it. She's really amazing. I have I'm very lucky to be able to, or we're very lucky to be able to work with her and the educational department a lot. And really, like, she makes all of this possible. So just for you to know her face, and if you find her somewhere, please thank her, because all of this is possible because of her. Well, so what do you think? Should we finish with the last questions? Is it okay? Sorry that finally we're like, I want things to get stuck in your head correctly, so we're taking a little bit more time. So hopefully, I mean, we can finish. There are like a couple of concepts more, and please let us know if you have any further questions. Okay. So let me double check. Let me share a screen again. There you go. So we were mentioning, okay, we were mentioning about the cranes and rails and all of this. Okay, so yes, we could track. This is exactly what I was doing. If you go to the camera and we can track this, we go to the actor to track, and I click this color picker. So you see that it's already watching the Paragon asset. So if I go to the camera rig rail and I start pitching, you see that it's always trying to go there. And if I continue the length and it refreshes and goes there. So every single time that it does that, and if I have it here, I'm modifying this directly. But if it was here on the sequence, basically you'll see how it perfectly blends this kind of look at object and its movement. Okay, so in order not to extend myself very a lot, I'm going to create this new Cine Camera Animator, and I'm going to put it here with a rail. And okay, so I have the rig rail here, and as I was mentioning before, what I'm going to do is to reset the transform so that I go here. Of course, this one is not like the best position right now because it actually goes there. I usually like to put it up a little bit, like 1 meter, something like that. And then what it's a little bit different from this is that I'm going to try, well, point type. I don't know if you see it correctly, but basically we have a spline there. Can you see it?
Yeah.
Good. Yeah.
Yeah, we can see.
I was worried that as it was wide, it was going to be a little bit invisible for you. So splines, you can turn them. You can get this, get the tangents. You can move them there. But basically what I wanted to show you is that there are like a few options here. So let's work a little bit with this and make this a little bit bigger so that the tangent it's not very, so that the curve is not very close. So basically, and this is important, whenever you work with this current position on rail, it's go from 0 to 1. Okay, 1 is over there, 0 is here. So when you work with it, you go there. And as it was happening before, the orientation is not being modified, but you can click it. And if you click it like that, it will be a little bit like a train, you know, like a train that will go immediately through the rail. But the other way, if you do it like here, like with the Paragon asset, we can definitely enable, we can click it there, and then we can actually go to the rail again and modify this, so it will just like go all the time moving and going there. So just for you to see, if we go here to the main to the main sequence that I already created for you, please double check it. I mean, it's not the biggest sequence ever, but it has quite a lot of things here. Because, for example, you have, we can stick to here, you have this, and you can see how I prepared this kind of rail. I didn't work with a crane, but this is a rail, and you can see a little bit how this goes and works. So you'll be able to see how it works, okay? So you see here, I'm working with the hive. Can you see it from there?
Yeah.
And you can see several things, okay? How it goes up, follows. So this is a way of working directly with this with the spline and making your camera follow. So you will be able to see that the rail is here and that I'm setting the current position on the rail here, okay? So please go check it and learn from it. Well, one last thing, let me open it again. I don't know why I closed it. One last thing that we want to know is, and as I mentioned, is the movie render queue or movie scene capture. So we're going to see today the movie scene capture legacy. And I'm going to do it a little bit like not fast, but brief, because we don't want you to render the final movie with this. This is only for you to test if things are rendering properly, but this is not where you're going to get your final quality. So when you come to the three buttons, go to movie scene capture and click it here, legacy. So now you click here, and you will get this window that it says render movie settings. And then you finally see capture settings, image output format. So this is going to render the whole thing that you have here. If you do it in a small, in a shot level sequence, it will only render that shot. If you use it on your master, it will render your master. Okay, so finally, we can see it here, image sequences, or directly upload ProRes, or AYA output, or AVI. So for example, we can do this one here, no audio, because we actually don't have it. We can use compression or without compression, and you can modify a few things. So please just don't, you can use like a minor, like a lower resolution, you can use full HD. You have your output, usually it goes by default to save some video captures, and then the advanced, usually you can't hear, and it's okay. It's like no game mode, so don't worry. Just keep it like that and it will be okay. Cinematic engine scalability, so you're using like, you know, the settings here. If you're using medium high, it will just like put everything into cinematic, and of course cinematic mode. And then, I mean, this is just if you want to show your player, you don't want it. And then in case you just want to frame to render a few frames. So for example, I'm not here, I know here I'm rendering from 0 to 1789, and I just want, like, for example, I don't know, from frame delay before it was here, like start frame, I want to put frame 100 to 150, I can put it here. So, and just for you to know a little bit what this warm-up frame is. So usually, for example, hair, have you ever realized that the hair, when you're moving, it is like crazy? You know, it's like if like wind was coming from whatever, from somewhere. So basically it's not wind, it's the physics system. So basically the physics needs to set up everything. So when you start, if you don't put a warm-up, some warm-up frames, the hair won't have a time to just set it up and get into balance, into equilibrium. So basically you need to add some warm-up frames, okay? So you can add some delays and so on. And there is, I don't know if it was here, warm-up frame can delay before warm-up. No, but in the movie render queue, and that's the one that we're going to be using, and we have one class for that. You will be able to set up warm-up frames for every shot, okay, for every cut in a way, so that sometimes when you move your animations, they just like it happens kind of the same thing. So every time you have a new shot, it basically will start the frame, the warm-up frame. So we can put here like 32. So this will create 32 frames before it starts the 100. Okay, but this won't get rendered. It will be only like pre-calculated. So once we have all of this, you go here and you just say capture all. Oops, I will do it again because it just went some other way. So I'm getting here, and this is how fast it's rendering. So now I go and I click open capture. So you see that I had two of them, and I can open them. Sorry, it's just like starting somewhere else. So what do we want to see here? We want to see, for example, that you understand the frames that they need to be like warmed up before for the hair, that the light is the one that you want, that things are a little bit what you're expecting. Although the final resolution is not the best, if you want to increase the motion blur, so we will see how to do that with the temporal samples. If you want to increase the quality, we'll be able to see that with the spatial samples and so on and so on. Okay, we'll work with anti-aliasing setup that basically we will disable it to use the samples, and we will see the console variables and many other things. But this is important for you to see if things are starting to render correctly. Like, for example, when I mentioned before, the change streaming method from Brooklyn should always load it. Okay. So what do you think? I know this class was really packed with many different concepts, but hopefully all of it was useful for you. And yeah, so let's see if we can answer like major questions. And for those, we're not in a big hurry, but it's not to, I mean, we can keep a few excellent, a few extra things. Excellent, blessed. Thank you very much. It's a little bit complicated to explain so many concepts in one class, but I hope you got the biggest concepts in mind. And yeah, I mean, and please let us know. You know you have the support chat in Discord, and well, I'll be here on Wednesday too. Tomorrow you have with Ramon. But let's see if we have this.
They were asking again why we have to warm up.
Oh, the warm up. So yeah, so when we come here, I'm trying to just. Oh, you see here, you see what is happening to the hair. Yeah. Whoa. So this is not wind. This is just that my animation is starting. So as my animation is starting here, the MetaHuman changes its position. So when it changes its position, all the physics system from the groom, from the hair needs to set up, needs to I mean, it's a little time to just settle down, like find its equilibrium in a way. So this is what you need in order not to happen these kind of things when you're rendering. You need to give some extra render time, extra frames that are not going to be rendered like saved. They're only going to be processed by the engine in order to just give all the physical elements time in order to settle down. It also happens with splines. Sometimes you have a spline like a rope or something like that. And then it needs time to just like, it falls down and it needs to settle down, and that's why. So deliverable for, I see things about deliverables. Deliverable for this Friday should be, I mean, not should be, is basically that you need to have this master frame, that master sequence with all of the sequences inside, okay? It doesn't matter that your set dressing is the best for your landscape, for your world. It doesn't matter that the animations are the last ones, although you should, as we will see, control rig on Wednesday, you should try to get the poses or just like really, really basic animations that maybe just lead you to that help you with the final cinematics and final animations. But the most important thing is that you have your master sequence done. Okay, you need timings, you need to see what you're going to deliver. You need to control if a shot is too long, if it's too short, if you're going to have time or not. So that's what we want from you. We want on Friday for you to have all the assets inside, or at least most of them, to have the storyboard, to have the idea, and basically the animatic. For example, in my team, and I guess that the rest of the mentors will be the same thing. I want to click play, or that you click play on your master sequence. And then we want to see those 30 seconds or 20 seconds, how they're going to behave. I don't need facial animation. I don't need the finest animation for body animation. I don't need the most detailed landscape or world. I need the animatic to have its shots, the frames, and the timings that they should be, the ones you decided, okay? Hopefully it was clear enough. Clear, good.
So we deliver a video or screenshots? They are asking.
Video.
Video.
Just do it as I mentioned. Come here, maybe render queue, click as you prefer. If you do a Navi, basically you'll need to go to any converter or media encoder or anything like that, any software like that, and then just like convert it, okay? Overall, your project should be 15-30 second animation. That's correct. That's correct. In between is allowed. Yeah. So that's what you need to do. And the final delivery should be an MP4 on the platform by the end of the, is it by the end of Friday or by the end? Yeah, I mean, you should have it.
Yeah, on Friday.
To see it with your mentor. That's the main goal, okay? So if you want during the weekend to improve it a little bit and then upload it, that's totally fine. But it's kind of mandatory to have it for the Scrum, for the project day with your mentor, okay? Can you attach a camera to an animated character? That's a great question. So just let me do it really quickly, because I think that's an excellent question. I go back here in class, shot based, there you go. We have this, and what I'm going to do is that here, remember that we have this, now I want to do another one. I have cameras, I will have shot 4, I want to get LS shot for take 202. So I'm getting here, no, sorry, I'm going to the shot base. I'm getting here, should be there. Take 2, I did something wrong. LS shot. Oh, it was 02. I don't know. This is not written correctly. This is why it happened. So should come here. I think something is not working correctly. Anyway, I'll just come here. 02. Camera shot 4. Oh, I did the other way around, probably. I just like put take two, and actually I wanted, so I'm trying to do this quickly and it's the opposite. So there is a phrase here in Spain, like do it slowly because I'm in a rush. So this is a little bit like that. So take four, so to camera shot four. Yeah, exactly. So I'm coming here. This should be a little bit like that. I'm coming in this point here. I'm going up, so I know exactly where it should be there. So I'm coming and I'm putting a camera. So one of the things that I'm going to do with this camera, basically, is that I'm going to attach it, and I can attach it from here. And I want to, you see, and this is interesting also, I can go to the master sequence. It's this sequence, but I don't have it. But I want to go to this sequence and this sequence to here, and then to Seneca. And now it's telling me the body. And actually, I want, for example, the head. So right now, I need to reboot it. Let's move a little bit. It's a little bit crazy because it's like that. I need to put it a little bit like this, probably a little bit more behind. Up. Yeah. So the point here is that I'm going to save this. You can move this, but it's going to be attached to a bone. Okay. So it can be a little tricky, although at the same time, you can add a camera shake. So here in this project, you have a couple of camera shakes. So you could add this camera shake and then add it. Sometimes you need to increase the play scale in order to just make it happen a little bit more. Okay. So, but yeah, I mean, basically, this is how it works. You can check it here. And you can move it. This is not the best example unless you really want to get this kind of feeling that it had a helmet with a face attached. But yeah. Okay. And with the camera shake, as I was saying, you can modify. I have new camera shake. It's a little bit different. You can see it here. Yeah, probably it would be even better to just go to a huge play scale. So, and then because in order to see it more. You see now it's like crazy. So properties, maybe 50, it's okay. And then let's check this. And yeah, I mean, it's kind of really big thing. So here you can also go to the camera shake, look for it. And then this is kind of really standard. You have the oscillations and the rotation oscillation. So you can give some margins. Sometimes if you want to modify the animation scale, you can modify also the oscillations. Okay. So basically this does the constraint, and you can actually move a little bit more one way, the other, and you can play a little bit with it. Okay. So basically this is it. But another thing you can do is we'll see the last class with a virtual camera. You can actually create your own recorded camera shake, and those were great. But yeah, I wanted to mention you have a camera shake also here. Oops. You have a camera shake here. So in this shot, here, I added a camera shake just in case you wanna check it. Okay, so this is why I think this example is pretty good. this is example is pretty good, and you can just check a little bit how it's here. I increased it like by per 10, and then you can see the one that I have here. So yeah, well, should we close it for today?
That's it for today.
Wrap up, perfect. Again, I know this class was intense. Hopefully you learned a lot, and let's see those cinematics, those animatics, sorry, on Friday, okay? Get some lunch, have an amazing day. See you on Wednesday.
And I see you tomorrow.
Yeah, and you'll be with Man tomorrow. Bye, everybody.
Bye,
I
guys.
hope you enjoyed Julie's visit. I got too, so bye.
Bye.